Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Pokemon Rebuilders. But not just any episode. This is, in fact, our 100th episode! And tonight, as always, I have my wonderful friends and players, and of course I'm your host and GM, Youngster Groudon. But anyways, we have Frey.
Yo, what's up?
We have Strider.
So I found out about this game called Butts in Space. I don't know anything about it, but that there's butt.
And we have Nyx.
Yay, 100 Centennial, 100 Cent. Yay.
And we will have Himbo with us later. He's just operating on a new schedule now, so he may be a bit late going forward.
But what about backward?
Blitzy, thank you for the 6-month subscription. Love to see it. Love your support. Love everyone's watching.
One? Another hurricane heading your way? That sucks. Be
Oh,
safe.
that is not something we love.
Yay, Florida.
Other than that, though, how are we doing tonight?
I need tonight. I really need tonight. I've been looking forward to it, and I need it, and I want it.
Well, hopefully tonight will help lift your spirits a bit.
As soon as I get my phone back, Nick, I will totally some random spam, but I am currently charging it.
Gosh.
I'll also send you a picture of what I'm coloring, and everybody else, because I'm coloring. What the hell is that?
You're sending me everything else?
No. My uncle just came in with a thing called Doritos Tangy Tamarino.
What?
Like tamarind?
Let me try one. Oh, first of all, is it spicy?
Yep.
Okay. I want a small one just in case. Oh God, can I have one with small? I'm breaking a piece off of this. Okay, that works.
Doritos,
they're
everybody.
Not bad.
All right.
Good shit. Sorry for interrupting.
It's all good. But if anything, I think that's as good a cue as any to get started. What do we think?
Let's do it.
I suppose so.
Fantastic.
We're not sponsored by Doritos, but if you ever want to try some, Tangy Tamarino is delicious.
Anyway. So, before we get started, we're going to go on to the introduction as usual. Our 100th time.
2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Close enough.
December 16th is going to be 2 years.
Listen, guys, I can't tell you what date it is.
It has been 100 years since Grand Meteor Delta has struck the Earth and laid waste to society. People in Pokemon have retreated into underground bunkers called cloisters to survive and wait out the devastation. There they have waited and planned for the time they would one day re-emerge into the new world. To this end, the Rebuilder Corps was formed with the purpose of exploring, charting, settling, and rebuilding society in the new world for humans and Pokemon alike. Among them are our heroes, Layla the Survivalist, Jakob the Caretaker, Toshiko the Scientist, Ace the Salvager, and Cece the Tactician. However, as the cloisters open up to this strange and harsh new world, the Rebuilders may find it not as empty as they had initially imagined. Nailed it. And now, on to the tricky part, the recap.
I believe in you.
What the fuck are you eating?
Jimmy John's.
When we last left our heroes, they were still dealing from some emotional fallout from their latest adventure. Layla and AJ had been butting heads, but eventually they made their way down to the secret lair in order to get some training done and hopefully rebuild their spirits. There they encountered a strange sight as they ran into a Baneri. After giving it some food, It then attracted the rest of its warren out to Jakob, who then was tested by the totem Diggersby into getting a Earthium Z, or Groundium Z. Afterwards, Suicune was also submerged in water in order to help treat its condition, and the doctors said that it was going to make a recovery, or at the very least that it was stable. But, moreover, finally, Fire Team Blastoise came home, and boy did they have a story to tell. Apparently, the reason they'd been gone is because they'd been spirited away to the fairy realm in order to find the missing people. Luckily, after a successful mission and a hearty dinner, they all went to bed, but their dreams were not as kind as they would hope. But hopefully, there will still be some better tomorrows as we resume our story. Oof. 100 episodes in my... Yeah, 100 episodes of my memory still so-so at best from 1 week ago.
That's all of us.
I forgot how to color.
In any case, we will open
Rocky?
up to Layla's dream as she...
Hold up. Last time you left up Layla, she was in the gym sparring with Triss because she had a dream that she didn't want to go back to. So she's like, fuck it, we're doing training.
Yeah, I know, but you're probably gonna zonk back out eventually.
God damn it.
Grub.
Oh no, did I have a dream within a dream?
No, I'm not that meta. So...
Alright.
In any case...
Instantly sus.
Red is sus.
You will find yourself within your very well and quaintly decorated home, celebrating your parents' recovery with your friends and family.
It's really weird to remember, oh yeah, I don't know I'm in a dream. I'm not Toshi.
Basically.
You could sometimes be lucid dreaming.
Layla hasn't gotten that far yet. Layla is probably like gorging out on the meat, feeding Brienne, feeding Cleo because apparently she's there.
Yep. Jakob has prepared a delectable and magnificent feast, and the food is just perfect. You take a bite and it practically melts in your mouth.
Medium rare Tauros.
I'd forgotten how good food was outside of the infirmary wing. Indeed. It's so good to have a home-cooked meal once more. Although it's a little strange not being the one cooking it. Not that I've done it for some time.
Don't worry about it. Jakob can get you some recipes, and I'm sure that you can, relearn.
Meanwhile, Jakob will be off preparing more dishes until his player can join. And then... you will then suddenly detect something. Something moving in the shadows. A ghostly presence.
What is it?
It's
my
Angel.
God.
It's Angel and her babies, and they smell the food.
I mean, I knew it, but...
Is the stream still on the map, or is it on the...
Oh, crud.
Kidding, viewers, you don't get to see crap.
You just get to hear how wonderful
Okay.
it is. There it is.
100 episodes, guys.
Yeah.
We're totally not professional.
Live theater, folks.
Hope that subscription's really paying for itself, Blitzy. This is the kind of quality you get. Anyways, though. So yes, you will see Angel and her babies emerge from the shadows, eyeing the food very hungrily.
I mean, they're more than welcome to.
Good, because they are being
Layla's-
launched at the table.
Oh, good.
Shoom! Shoom! And then they'll dive through it, and as they do, they take some food with them.
Oh. Babies.
Shoom!
Jesus, Angel.
And Angel just absconds with just a whole bunch of meat.
Leave some for the rest. Oh my god.
Well, it's not like Yako's gonna run out anytime soon, at least.
You're not wrong.
Alright.
Layla's gonna peck Cleo on the head.
She is going to purr and squeak and nuzzle into your pets. And then suddenly there will be a knock at the door.
I guess I'll get it. Layla is going to put Cleo directly on top of the chair that she was sitting on, knowing full well that Cleo is going to devour what meat is in front of her.
So, you go over to the door, and as you open it, you will see, standing or rather crouching in the doorway,
Oh god! Oh god!
Salutations, Layla. I hope this evening is treating you well.
Is this where Layla starts to wonder if it is a dream or...
She might.
Whatever smile she has kind of starts to fade a little bit.
Guruvara's gonna sort of like frown with a worried look. I'm sorry, I hope I haven't spoiled anything.
Is this real?
Guruvara is going to smile and lay a hand on your shoulder. It's as real as it needs to be, and it will be a reality.
Layla looks back at the scene. I know I shouldn't be upset that it's too good to be true. Is it fucked that I am?
Guruvara is going to simply look at you and say, "It's not all unreal. The joy you felt, the happiness, the love you share between your friends, your family.
When Guruvar says the love between your friends, Layla is kind of looking over at AJ.
AJ's actually laughing and probably having a good time, like playing around, throwing bits of tiny pieces of food at Cece and Maroon
Yep.
and Toshi, actually being playful.
I just don't know if I'm ever gonna see this again. Not in the real world. Shit, with how my dreams have been, not even in the dream world.
Guruvar is going to smile, and he will reach out, placing a gentle but massive finger on your shoulder. You will, my child. I am certain of it.
How can you be certain?
Because
I know you're psychic type, but does that mean you can see the future?
clairvoyance has nothing to do with it, my dear. Rather, it's more, well, my faith in you and your friends, and what I've seen you endure and go through, and how I know you are capable of enduring and overcoming. Even now, I see that things are already on the turn for the better. It will just take some time.
I will admit, this was a welcome intermission. Like I said, I haven't exactly been sleeping well.
Well, it seems that this time your mind has seen fit to give you some solace.
Oh, you mean this isn't you?
Certainly not. I would not construct such a fabrication simply to reassure you.
There's a moment where Layla kind of gives Gurvara this look like, come on, come on.
What, you doubt my sincerity?
I just can't remember the last time I had a good dream like this.
When was the last time you went to bed with your mind devoid of worries and woes?
That long, pregnant pause just kind of lingers in the air for a little while. I honestly don't know.
It seems to me that, and I'm no expert on human psychology, mind you, but it seems to me that perhaps you somehow found a way to put your mind at rest, at least momentarily, before your next, well, before you went to sleep next. And that has allowed your mind to focus on things other than the dread and anxiety you've been experiencing, and, well, that's been unfortunately thrust upon you.
Note to self, have my sparring sessions before but instead of after.
He shrugs. Possibly, if that might help. Martial arts are certainly a valid way to clear one's mind and hone one's body. It seems you have one more guest, though he seems a bit reluctant. He's going to look over behind the plant in the corner, and you'll see Alistair sort of like trying to stay hidden in this little like shadowy nook.
When Arangaru said that, Jakob for a second put his hand up and was like, "It's me!" And then he said Alistair, and Jakob's like, "Oh."
Hello, Himbo.
Hey, Himbo.
Friends. Pleasure to join you.
Glad to have you for our 100th. But anyways.
You doing okay, kid?
He's gonna sort of like retreat back behind the plant into the shadows.
Layla's gonna stay where she is and extend her hand to him.
He will slowly creep out and just shuffle forward.
Does Alistair take her hand?
He does.
Layla is going to get down on his level and say, "I'm glad you're here. And you know what? I don't give a shit if Agatha knows that you're here and sees this. I'm gonna spike that bitch and be glad that you're here and enjoy my fucking time. You wanna come to the party?"
You really let me?
You're invited.
I'm not so good with lots of new people.
Layla is going to call over Finn and Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Hmm?
No. Finn and Sarah. That's Angel's babies.
My bad. Bravo! Bravo! Oh. Hi. And Alistair is going to visibly start to get a little more comfortable.
If you want to, you can stay with Angel and her babies. But I'd like you to be here.
Oh. Okay. If that's what you want, I guess I could stay and hang out. He's really big, he says, looking at Guruvara.
Yeah, but he's like Jakob. He's kind of a big softie.
Fear not, my child.
So, if you want, I can introduce you to my parents.
Sure. I mean, I guess that would be nice if you think so.
And Layla is gonna slowly reintroduce Alistair to the party, just like introducing to people like one at a time, getting them used to everybody, but just Layla's like, I don't fucking care if you and Agatha can basically see everything. We're gonna have fun to spite this bitch.
And as you approach, Brienne is gonna sort of like tower over you proudly and protectively, you and Alistair.
Just reminding Alistair that Brienne will also help keep him safe.
Why, hello there, young man. You must be Alistair, then.
Yeah. Hi.
Layla's told us a lot about you. It's good to see that she's found such a charming young friend in you.
Friend?
Of course. And we're really grateful that you're willing to be friends with Layla. Not that we have any doubts in our daughter's abilities.
I was about to say, Mom, that's kind of mean.
We
What, you
just-
think your dream is completely nice?
What I more mean is we appreciate people being there to help support our Layla when we couldn't. Oh, I mean, I really haven't done a lot of that.
You've been doing more than you know, kid.
You'll see Alistair's eyes sort of like glimmer and water through his mask a bit.
Layla will. I think what Layla will do is just kind of. If Layla is still holding Alistair's hand, she's just gonna squeeze his hand reassuringly.
He'll look up at you and he'll squeeze back, his hand trembling. As Jakob walks back in and resets the steak plate.
Absolutely. I was thinking of having my entrance be coming in with extra food, so that definitely works.
Yep. So, with that said, Layla, you will continue your dream peacefully and happily.
For fucking once. This is the best episode yet.
You're welcome.
You deserve it.
Oh, buddy, go.
Now, if we can go back to Baby Chaos's birthday. Actually,
No.
AJ, Layla's gonna ask AJ if there's still time to celebrate Baby Chaos's birthday.
In the dream?
Yes!
Oh, okay. So I wanted to make sure so that I know how to like answer
Yep.
this. I mean, yeah, sure. Every day could be her birthday.
That'd be awesome.
Oh my gosh. And then
gonna walk
Absol will
up to
hop
him
out of
and-
AJ's Pokeball looking absolutely fleek as usual.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I love him.
To clarify, is this a shared dream or is this Layla's dream?
This is Layla's dream.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm just answering for my character because I'm a menace.
Yep.
And then Baby Chaos will leap out of their Pokeball onto the table and then just start running about and just eating and playing in the food.
Yay. I love it.
Toshi, we get good dreams.
No, I know that. I just need to know
Yeah.
whether Toshi, with her dream senses or whatever, like how she would
Yeah.
interact. It's like this is Layla's
Oh.
dream. She's gonna act
Oh.
the way Layla would expect her
Yeah.
to act.
Okay, that makes more sense. Hello, I have one brain cell and I don't know how to use it.
In
It's
any
okay.
case-
I'm running on I'm running on a half brain cell.
And with that, we will jump over to Sam's dream.
On God. Let me finish coloring this triangle.
Please tell me this music stays.
I'll give you compromise.
Oh my god.
Night variant.
Oh my. Alright, setting my crayon down. What kind of fuckery am I getting into?
So, Sam, as you sort of realize yourself, you find yourself in a familiar location. A strange and ethereal beach beside a curious yet kindly old man. One you
He's going to
recognize
look
as Vara.
He's going to look around, sigh, and then just say,
Welcome back, Sam. You hear Totem Slow King say behind you.
fell asleep. No.
You were staying up having quite a chat with Janica. It's enough to wear anybody out. You're worried about her, aren't you?
Why do you ask?
I can read it in your aura. It is heavy with concern.
Why am I dreaming?
Because you fell asleep.
You could sleep without dreaming.
Perhaps. But the mind and the unconscious are a unpredictable thing at times. Some nights are quick, peaceful, and eventless, and others are full of vivid tapestries of adventure and memories and desires and even fears.
As he's talking, Sam's gonna try to look, like, kind of side glance over into his reflection again to see if it's his or if it's somebody else's.
All right. Once again, give me just a second. You will actually see sort of a murky amalgamation of yourself. Just a second. Within the reflection, bordering the two people from your file.
He will look away. What do I need to learn to get out of this?
Get out of this? You're mistaken, Sam. This is not a trial, nor is it a prison. This is merely, well, a dream. A place for your mind to process, well, your thoughts, your fears, your feelings, your memories, your hopes, your desires, whatever's on your mind.
Sam is gonna stand there very silently.
This makes you uneasy.
Wouldn't it make you uneasy?
He shakes his head. On the contrary, I find a sort of beauty and even peace in it. What's more, it's simply the mind doing what it was designed to do. It's just another way to show that you are a living, breathing creature.
Still silence.
Still, if you don't wish to be here, all you need to do is wake up.
How do I do that? I wasn't even trying to fall asleep.
You could try closing your eyes and reopening them. You could try pinching yourself or shocking yourself awake. Or you can simply let the dream unfold and you will wake when you wake.
Sam will try closing his eyes and opening them again.
Alright. Focus roll.
Oh no. I don't remember if he's good at. Nope. I got a 5.
It seems that you're still here for the time being. Can I ask a question?
He's gonna close his eyes again as if he's trying again, even though it's not gonna work. Go ahead.
Why do you wish to go so badly? Why does this place trouble you?
I don't like it.
What don't you like about it?
Too quiet, peaceful.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
It's too quiet, it's too peaceful.
Oh. Well, if you need a little noise, we can make that happen.
He's gonna like open one eye and quirk a brow.
And as you open your eye, wishing for noise, you will suddenly hear the sound of thunder in the distance, as well as pouring rain, wind blowing and brushing against the grass and the waves crashing along the shores. Not necessarily threateningly, but definitely enough to make noise and give you stimulation.
He relaxes a bit, which causes him to focus better. But he takes a deep breath and he goes, I don't like being asleep. There's still so much to do and things I don't understand. And you can't learn them when you're asleep. And I specifically remember getting breakfast.
Yes, well, it's good that you're constantly seeking to improve and learn. However, you're still human. And, well, everybody needs sleep. And there's only so long you can fight your own, your own body.
Sleeping is for when you're sick or at night. Daytime.
Sleeping is for whenever you're tired. Whenever you need to rest your mind, or your body, or both. Trust me, I'm an expert on naps.
I've never had that luxury before.
Well, now you do.
Sam's gonna try to wake up again.
All right. And this time, Sam will awaken as soon as I figure out where the heck the bookmark is. There it is.
Picturing him trying to close his eyes and open them again. It's just not working because he knows pinching doesn't work.
It's also kind of funny to know that he's closing his eyes and opening them again, and it's not working solely because the GM can't find the right.
Yep. He's stuck in a loading screen. And Sam
It's stuck at 50% for an hour.
will wake up sitting at the table, literally with egg on his face.
He will clean it off and then just like kind of like rub his eyes.
All
Is he
right.
still alone at the table, or is there somebody there?
I will say that Layla's at the table with you, apparently having
God.
also passed out. As well as Layla's friend.
Friend. Did Alistair come with?
No. It's Triss. Is Layla still asleep?
Yes.
I'm going to gently push her plate away so she doesn't have any food on her face.
Love it.
Yep. As you gently move the plate, suddenly Triss will sort of like snap awake and sort of like reach out for your arm. And then she'll stop herself before grabbing it.
I was going to say, if she actually touches Sam going that fast, he will react.
Sorry. Instincts.
Instincts on somebody else's food.
On protecting a sleeping comrade.
Trust me, if I was going to do anything to her, I would have done it already.
No, I know. I know you don't mean any harm. I'm just... It's... Like I said, it's instinct.
Sorry, I must have fallen asleep.
Yeah, all three of us did. At some point during our sparring session, Layla all but passed out, and shortly after, I was starting to feel it. I tried to make it back to the rooms, but I could barely make it to the mess hall, so I just sort of forced our way in here and had us sleep here. We should probably go before Bud shows up.
Most likely, unless you want to engage in conversation.
Wait, where did you get those eggs?
I made them.
She'll just sort of like look at you and then she'll shrug. All right.
I mean, I asked the chef.
Wait, he's here? Been
Not
here the whole
him?
time!
I love Bud so much.
He's so sweet.
I mean, I didn't sleep here, of course, but I saw you guys when I came in this morning and figured I'd let you sleep. Figured you'd had your reasons and you'd been through more than enough here. Also,
You
Layla,
guys-
you can wake up at any point if you want.
Bram has the baby's food. What?
Hey, and there's early bird number 3.
Where the fuck are we?
The cafeteria.
What are you, and consequently, what am I doing in the cafeteria? Last I remember, I was in the gym.
Beating the breakfast rush, apparently.
Went to go get food. I remember taking 2 bites. And then that was it for me. I was gone.
Bud is then going to come over with a platter of bacon and a pitcher of coffee with several mugs to pass out. I'll be back with some cream and sugar if you want it.
Thank you.
Sam will pour himself a cup of coffee and just drink it straight black.
All right, Sam. Make me a focus or survival roll. Because
Ew,
it
that's
is
a shitty survival roll.
Oof.
hot, 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 hot.
I will make a face, but I will just endure it.
Your mouth is slightly burned, but you're otherwise okay.
Excellent.
Layla's gonna groggily take the coffee.
All right. Well, to answer your question, Layla, basically, shortly after our sparring session last night, you kind of passed out in the middle of our rest period, and I brought us as far as I could before I succumbed to sleep as well.
How far away is the sparring from the dormitory?
It's about the halfway point. Not even a 5-minute walk. But
You know, typical walk. Sleepwalk is a little bit slower than that.
So why come to the cafeteria if the dormitories were closer?
because the dormitory were on the complete other side of the training room where we were.
Ah.
But, speaking of the dorms, I think I'm gonna head there and catch up on some sleep. I should be able to make it this time. Hopefully.
You sure about that?
We're gonna find out. And with that, Triss will exit, waving goodbye.
And it's topping off. Oh god.
She passes out right as she exits the room.
Well, and at that moment, Bud will return with the cream and sugar. There you go. So, how you early birds doing this morning?
I mean, we're here. At least I'm here.
I wasn't planning on sleeping. But
Yeah, that plan kind of failed, didn't it?
it did. I wasn't comfortable.
Still, Layla, despite the grogginess and the awkwardness of waking up and having slept where you slept, you actually feel more well rested than you usually do when you wake up.
Layla, I have a
You have a what?
personal question.
Okay.
When you dream, if you dream, do you always dream of the same place?
No. I mean, given mine are usually nightmares, but it's not always the same. Well, that's a lie. It depends. Like, it won't be the same consecutively, but there have been some dreams that I've revisited places in my dreams. But there's kind of a reason for that.
Regardless, your scenery changes.
I mean, sometimes. Why?
Mine doesn't.
What happened in yours?
It's always the same place, and some old man named Vara is there, and then there's Totem Slowking, and there's my reflection, and it's muddied, and those two people from the file are in the reflection, and
The moment that Sam mentions Guruvara and Totem Slowking, there's a look on Layla's face. It's like, oh, that's why.
but it's always there. And then I finally mentioned how I don't feel comfortable there. It's too peaceful. And it's like it changed into an oncoming storm and there was more noise, but the peace was still there and it was still unnerving. But I felt like I shouldn't say anything anymore. And was constantly trying to wake myself. There wasn't anything to learn from that.
That's one way to put it. I mean, I get what they were trying to do, but I also understand why it didn't really work so much. Maybe they should, I don't know. I know they're trying to help. I think they're just trying to figure out the best environment to help you in.
Bud
And they're
then
realizing what's working, what isn't.
Bud then comes back with salt, pepper, and some condiments. I mean, sometimes dreams don't teach you anything. Sometimes they just kind of happen.
I wouldn't know. I've never really had a dream that I remembered until I started going with you guys.
Well, no time like the present to learn, I guess.
Don't know if it'll help or not, but I mean, last night was the first time that I didn't have a full-on nightmare. I can't remember the last time I had an actual good dream, or what I would classify as a good dream.
Maybe it's a sign.
Himbo,
At this point, he's literally just
That's
drinking
me.
his coffee.
would Jakob come in for helping to prep the breakfast rush, do you think? Or is he still taking an exile
wasn't-
from the kitchen?
I was gonna say, wasn't Jakob assisting with the get-together party kind of deal?
That was a dream.
Yeah, that whole thing was a dream that Layla was having.
Cool, got it. I missed that very important context. I apologize. I thought it was real. So yes, I would. I would be helping with the cooking.
Cool. My apologies for not cluing you in
No,
better.
that's all good. I just wanted to make sure. It's like, am I in two places at once, or is one of them not real? It's not real. Cool.
Yep.
I'm here.
All right. And then,
Please, Aunt.
and
Actual
then-
size.
Yep. And at that
I'm the
moment,
size of a Kingler.
at that moment, Jakob will enter the mess hall, and you will see, much to your surprise, Sam and Layla at one of the tables. Like, the kitchen's not even supposed to be open yet.
I didn't know Sam was housebroken enough to use a table. That's good.
First of all, fuck you. Second of all, damn.
Hey, Jakob. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, bud.
What a fish.
Up a bit earlier than I thought I would be, but maybe I'll go and fix myself a tea to get woken up.
That said, on your way here, you did pass by one of the quarters and you found Triss just passed out just outside her door.
Oh, she was so close.
Oh, it was just outside her door. I'm gonna help her get inside of her. You can't just sleep on the ground.
Yeah, you helped her back into her quarters and into her bed. She didn't seem to wake up the entire time.
Good. That's just gonna be a lot healthier than sleeping on the floor.
Yep.
Refresh my memory. Did Jakob catch that core fish?
No, that core fish is
Okay.
Bud's new hire.
Oh my god. Okay. Alright. We good.
No, I caught an adorable little bunnery, and I need to figure out a name for them.
I did give you its character sheet and stats.
I know, and that's why I have it, and I know that I need to figure out a name. But Jakob will give Bud a quick nod as Jakob heads his way towards the kitchen, but we'll
Yep.
make sure to just stop briefly by the table that Sam and Layla are at, and ask if they, if they need anything while he's going to be in the kitchen.
As you approach, you will see that Bud has provided them with some appetizers and some bacon, sausages, and eggs, along with the essentials, salt, pepper, other such condiments, syrup.
Ah, so Bud's making you drink a bottle of syrup. I remember when I got that hazing. Would you like some drinks? Anything? I'm going to be right there. You can just ask.
I might need another mug of coffee, but actually, hang on, Jakob. You are more familiar with Vara's inner workings than I am.
Yeah, I have extra copies of his literature. If you'd like to start reading, I recommend it.
Layla's gonna look to Sam as like, do you want to explain?
Jakob,
Sam.
when you dream, is it always the same location or does it change?
It used to all be the same. It used to be the same constantly. When all that I knew was living here inside the cloister, it was really all I could dream about. We have like TV shows, pictures, things like that of what the old world was, but until I actually made it out of here, out onto the surface, my dreams were really almost the same the entire time. I kind of wonder if you had a similar experience, but with where you were raised.
No, I knew what dreaming was, and I did dream, but I've never remembered them. But it wasn't until I've recently met you guys and with the things that I've learned in Satellite that I started remembering my dreams. And a man named Vara was there in Slowking, but it's never changed. It's always the same location, and the reflection, it's always the same two people, but now it's murky when I look at it.
Perhaps your distance from where you've been most of your life is starting to cause those memories to fade a little bit. I wonder if meditation could help.
I don't wish to go to sleep anymore.
Meditation isn't
nighttime.
sleeping.
I don't know. Bass does it, and it's just not a thing that we do together. He seems to enjoy it.
Asked him?
I've tried it.
Oh, you've tried it. Okay, well, I didn't know if you had. I just wanted to at least recommend in case you'd not tried it before. But if you've tried it and it doesn't work for you, I wouldn't pressure you. However, I'd say that I don't really know who this Vara is, but I do know a Guru Vara.
Yeah.
So that could be,
Jakob. Jakob, it's
Yeah.
it's the same guy.
But is he a Mr. Vara in your dreams? Is he a Guru Vara? What does he look like?
Jakob, do you remember our first encounter with Vara?
I just don't know if you call him Guru or Mr. or Doctor. I never really figured that one out.
I call him Old Man.
Oh yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, it's Guru Vara, Jakob.
And
Guru
Tony's
Vara,
smoking.
and
Yeah.
Yep,
That adds up. Look, I'm not good at math. You don't keep me here for that.
that's why I'm here to check your work.
And then Machamp will make his way over and set down 2 glasses of ice-cold, freshly squeezed Chesto Berry juice to help pick you guys up.
Thanks, Machamp.
Machamp! And then shortly after, Corfish will skitter over holding a bucket of ice in his pincers and set it on the table.
Morning?
Whoa, you're new.
Is morning always like this?
The Corfish is new.
I mean, if you're here, then yeah, mornings get pretty hectic pretty fast. Shouldn't be too long before we start to have the first rush of people.
Like I said, the Corfish is new.
I mean attentive.
Look, I don't want to be rude, but I do need to start getting things prepped for people to come in. Sam, if you're not going to be too comfortable being here with a group of large people that you don't... Not the people aren't large, it's a large group of people. I cook very well, but they're not that large. Sorry.
Sam, do you want to go somewhere else?
That's what I'm saying.
Sam is literally just drinking his coffee. He hasn't touched anything else, and he pours another cup. Are you guys telling me to go away?
No, we're asking you if you'd be more comfortable here around a bunch of people or somewhere else.
I see you met Corfish, my new apprentice, Layla. What do you think?
Oh,
Hard worker,
that's
isn't
who
he?
it is.
Yep.
Oh, you can call it Corfish Corfy.
I was thinking that of Corey.
No,
Oh,
not
wait.
the Corfish. I mean, like coffee. You could make Corfy instead. Make it like a little theme.
His eyes are gonna
Serve
sort
a
of
little
like
mug that's painted like a pincer. It'd be cool.
his eyes are gonna sort of like light up, and he's gonna like snap his tongs, just like. And that is the kind of thinking we need around this kitchen, Jakob. You beautiful man.
You see? I'm the cloister's sweetheart. That's right, Layla.
Sam, if you want to stay here, that's totally cool. I'll stay here with you, but it does get pretty crowded in here in the mornings. So if you don't want to deal with that, we can go somewhere else.
I like silence unnerves me.
Oh, then this will be perfectly up your alley.
Sounds good. We'll just wait for everybody. Bub communicates with Corfish by clacking the tongs.
They already have a language.
I love it.
If it gets to be a complicated conversation, Bud pulls out a second pair of tongs and he uses both hands to speak.
Blitzy, it's now my headcanon too. That is beautiful.
Let's see, it is now officially canon. That is amazing.
Yeah, no, it's like 100%.
Clack.
Does
Yeah,
he do a
it
little
is
dance
the-
with it as well?
It's
I
for some
hope.
reason a sacred human thing that whenever you pull up like tongs or pliers or anything that you can click together, you're like, well, gotta test them, make sure they go click, click.
Mm-hmm.
It's crucial. How do you know they work if they don't?
Didn't go click, thing's broken.
Yep. Even Frey says he does it all the time at work. Speaking of Frey, we are now going to jump over to Toshiko's quarters. Assuming she fell asleep in her own quarters that night.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Whose quarters
As
would she
opposed-
fall asleep in?
As opposed to whose quarters?
As opposed to maybe like the lab or the daycare or somewhere like that, because Toshiko, being an overworker, pull the friggin' other one!
She's definitely fallen asleep in various random places.
I mean, I know you're not wrong. It's just now that Toshi is possibly part of the polycule, we just have to ask.
She.
I mean,
We're
she wasn't with
developing
me.
it. We're not there yet. Hang on.
She wasn't with me. We've never had a slumber party.
I said potentially.
I had
In
a
any
slumber party with
case,
Danica.
let's see.
But yes, waking up back in her room. And being back in the cloister, Toshi's probably gonna get her fancy teapot out and like make some fancy tea, not just her travel tea stuff.
All
She's
right.
bougie up in here. Grab my face.
Crab people.
All right, Toshi. Make me an intuition roll for your brew. You have
I think I
outdone
did okay.
yourself. Yep. Just the flavor, the aroma, the temperature, everything about this tea is just perfect.
Toshi is going to spend a quantity of time just enjoying the morning.
Also, being back home really helps.
Yeah. And she's having caffeinated tea, so she's probably just going to skip breakfast and head directly to training afterwards in her comfort hoodie.
As you
Is
take
she
the
having like a green tea or a black tea?
Let's say a black tea. Earl Grey.
as you spend some time to just take the time, Is it Clea or Cleo?
Cleo with an I, Cleo.
Got it.
Jakob looks forlornly at the tea that he hoped he would make for himself.
Cleo will sort of just float out, and she will grab a cup for herself and partake. As she lowers it from her lips, she will smile and her eyes will sparkle with delight.
It is really good, isn't it?
Cleo nods. And then you go train?
And yeah, Toshi will head to the training hall to meet up with the rest of the party.
All right. Just a second. There we are. And your party will eventually all meet up in the training hall, if that's where y'all are headed.
I mean, I'm sure eventually Sam and Layla head that way.
Yep.
After they take like copious amount of coffee.
For morning training.
In fact, I'm pretty sure I also took a mug.
Okay.
Coffee
I'm gonna
to
be
go.
awake, damn it.
Until the caffeine wears off and you crash.
Again.
It's okay. Midday naps are the best.
Just leave him there. I found him asleep on the table. Now he's gonna be asleep on the bench.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Jakob will take a sip from his thermos. Morning.
So,
Sam takes
sorry.
Sam takes another sip.
Sorry I'm late. Anyway, shall we get right to it then?
What's the plan?
Well,
I'm back. Sorry, what I missed.
everyone is
Everything.
assembled in the training room for morning training.
Oh, God. Okay.
And Jakob just asked what the plan was. Well, I figure we can do our morning training, and then after that, apparently, Serge wants to see us all in his office.
Wait, me too.
Well, I guess not technically you. You're not technically a part of this cloister yet.
I'd like to talk to everyone before that happens, whether that happens now or when we're done with training.
Sure.
I mean, now's as good a time as any. Let's talk things out. Serge said he'd see us after we've done training, so that means until we start training, we're pretty much free to do anything we want. Go for it.
Within reason, but yes.
Agatha came to see me last night.
Oh, what?
She visited me in my dream.
Well, that's a bomb to drop.
She said there was an evil greater than her that we had met, that we missed. An evil heading towards Indigo Plateau. she downplayed her own significance. My time on this world has passed. That she's merely a spirit unlike our other foes, as though the power of death behind her could ever be my ally. And it was confusing, because her efforts felt counterproductive. Her encouragement?
Counterproductive to her?
Well, yes, like, she only undermined the confidence that I had last night that, given opportunity, that I would make sure that Rocco never hurts anyone again.
How do you plan on doing that?
I mean, is she wrong?
Could it be misdirection?
Well, she said that if I killed anyone, that she would make sure that they wouldn't be a problem for anyone, which means that she's following us. She has access, she has power over death. And so, being diametrically opposed to everything she stands for, like, if she was wanting me to kill, she just shouldn't have said anything?
Or maybe she's planting a seed in your mind.
Because
You can't grow something unless there's a seed for it. You should know that better than anyone.
Toshi, if Rocco was here right now, would you kill him?
If
Sam's
Rocco
looking intently
was
at
here...
Toshi.
Sorry, what?
And Sam is looking intently at Toshi for that answer.
If Rocco were here, in this room, I wouldn't need to kill him because we would have enough force to bring him to justice, like to make him answer for the pain that he has inflicted upon innocents.
Toshi, I think you're avoiding the question.
Yeah, Toshi, because we had that opportunity back at the base, and you were very intent on killing him.
Yes.
So this seems
Do you
less...
understand the hypocrisy in that, Toshi?
It seems like a thing of opportunity, Toshi. I agree with Layla.
How do you mean?
By saying that you wouldn't do it because here we have the resources to punish them under our circumstances and our rules, that's copping out of your own emotions by allowing those in a position of authority to make the decision. We're not asking about that. The situation we're asking about is just you and them.
Go
Let me
on.
ask in a different way. Toshi, if we run into him out there, no authority, just us in the group, would you kill him?
Given what Agatha said to me, probably not.
It's the probably that they're uncomfortable with.
Well, yes, the man is a fascist bully. Time and again we have seen him delight in the violence that he inflicts on those he thinks weaker than himself.
Toshi, I think you're missing the point. And I think you know what the point is, and you don't want to acknowledge it.
You're not a killer, Toshi.
Can't we have the best of both worlds and just let Toshi cripple him? So he's still alive, but, you know, Agatha can't do the thing, but Toshi still gets you know, a release, an ending.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if it works like that. I don't know if we can have it both ways.
I don't know either. I've never really brought myself to true violence against anyone. That's more the, no offense, more the purview of the rest of you.
I take that as a compliment.
It's not intended to be an insult. I'm simply saying that when it comes to hurting others, I'm really the last in line to do so.
I don't...
Toshi, you do understand that if you killed him, you would then have to suffer punishment when you come back here. You know that.
Not to mention, you would be doing Agatha's bidding.
And on
And you
top of
have that on your soul for as long as you keep yourself alive. And you're too good of a person to really deal with that weight.
Taking a life is more than just taking a life. Taking a life is they are stuck with you forever. You know their faces and their name.
The man is a sadist who preys upon the vulnerable, and I will
Toshi,
never
we know.
forgive him.
Why are
You
you
don't have
not
to.
Toshi,
You sound like you're justifying this to yourself.
you are. You once asked me about how to deal with anger. Are you willing to listen?
Go on.
It is easy to give a reason that you killed. It is so easy. But you can't lie to yourself. Or rather, you can lie to yourself, but you know it's a lie. You know there's blood on your hands.
This raises another thing that's a concern for me. That means that not only could Toshi not do the deed, we couldn't delegate that deed to, say, yourself or Sam or, others. Because if Agatha truly is attempting to stay with us, then no matter whom is the person that does the deed, there still could be a chance to do what they're saying.
It'd be easy to delegate it onto me. I'm going to be honest.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't think it's going to matter who we delegate it to.
It's
They
more
die.
that it's done.
They die, they go to Agatha.
I don't.
There's no two ways about it.
I'm with Layla on this.
This is what I told you this. Agatha came to me, and because of what she said to me, I am not willing to kill, no matter how much I want to.
We understand, but the fact that the notion is inside of your head means that it has the potential to grow and to become something. So we're expressing concern for you, Toshi.
I see your concerns, and I know that I was overwhelmed by my anger when we were in Team Satellite's base, when Jess provoked me.
Wait, just provoke. No, okay. Right. Think out.
Yes,
The story for a later time. Let Toshi finish.
he taunted me. I can
We'll
only
talk
really
about
describe.
this later. We'll talk about this. Sidebar.
Continue.
Anger is energy. It is drive to action, and if it can be properly directed, as wasn't.
No.
Toshi.
Toshi, you're entering territory that I think is too dangerous for you to be inside of.
What makes you say that?
Alright. Is that a serious question? Oh, we're sorry, we both flipped. My bad.
Yep. I mean,
No disrespect to any of the rest of you, but Toshi is the only person who's inside of this room right now that I legitimately believe could kill someone by thinking about it hard enough. So yes, I'm scared of the concept and the potential that Toshi has inside of her, but I am also hopeful that that potential and that power will be utilized for good ends. That's why I'm concerned.
even so, while the context that we imagine is certainly scary, her words are not incorrect in that anger is not inherently a bad or a negative thing, and if one's anger is channeled properly, it can be used justly. That's part of the whole reason of our existence.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Toshi, and I know I'm terrible at communicating that, but I think the point that we are trying to make is we want to make sure that that angle is channeled into something that doesn't threaten another's life, and we don't know what that is, and I hope you do.
If I may, or
Of
I'm
course.
sorry, Toshiko, do you have a response first?
No.
Then in that case, if I may, we are entering a bold new world that does not necessarily play by our rules. And while it's true that even in the old world, capital punishment was taboo if it ever was around, to say the least, any longer, that those days are over. And while our goal is certainly to rebuild society and reinstate that peace and harmony and the desire of rehabilitation over termination, the fact remains, we don't have the institutions, we don't have the structures, and we don't have the same resources to uphold that sort of system and ideal any longer. At least not yet. So, if
I
it
must
comes...
ask a question, or many then.
Well, I must finish my thought first, if I may.
Of course, I apologize.
So, I'm not saying that it should be our first resort, or even anywhere close down the list, but if it happens, then, and it's the only way to survive or the only way to end a threat, then we have to be ready to do what we have to. That being said, though, Agatha is another problem, which, in my opinion, means we need to figure out a way to fix death before we can use it, dare I say, as a solution, if needed.
Toshi nods.
Cece, it was Cece that was saying it, right?
Yep.
Okay, so the way you explained it, Cece, I do agree. And I think what we need to make sure is that we are capable, that we would be capable of executing that without making sure that it's an emotional response. Like, and I understand how difficult that is. Like, how do we even prepare for something like that if we acknowledge that that's something to do?
There might be someone who might be able to help us with that, but I don't know if you'll like it.
Go on.
Well, two people, actually. There's my father and there's Commander Surge. They both are trained military veterans of at least a sort, and if anyone would know about the necessities of defending yourself and your people, it'd be them. Otherwise, maybe we could reach out to Gathago. He certainly comes from a culture that is used to bloodshed, but I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing in this instance.
I have an unfortunate suggestion. Hanzo.
That's a thought.
Layla's gonna look to Jakob in surprise and like, is that a scenario you're comfortable with?
I'll be honest, I've not been comfortable with really anything that's gone on since the start of this conversation. What I want to do right now is have some more tea, give Toshi a hug, and get to training, but we have to face this reality eventually, so now's as good a time as any, but I'm not comfortable in any way.
Right, well, okay. So then I feel like I also need to express, because it seems like we're going to be on this, and I'm pretty sure that if we could continue, then it might not be even touched on. So
Let's get everything out on the table.
All right. Agatha has been visiting my dreams too, kind of.
Anybody else got some really heavy shit they want to put out in the morning?
Layla's gonna look at Zinnia.
I told Janica everything.
Cece, how about you?
I mean, I had a talk with my father recently about what happened with your folks and, yeah, him withholding that.
Good. I'm glad everybody's having a real good time.
Damn it, Himbo.
And then
hold
as-
on a second. Yagen's going to pop the top
Yep.
off of his thermos, and he's going to rummage around on his belt for a flask, open it, and start pouring it into the tea.
Oh dear. I mean, do you really want me to share?
asks Zinnia.
Of course, you're a valued person to us. You know that.
Can't hear or see her, so this is beautiful.
Actually, I'm going to say that, like, as she speaks, you hear her voice faintly.
Oh. This is gonna be fun.
Cool. Well, since we're all divulging secrets this morning, I caught a Bunnery, and I love them.
That's not really. No offense, Jakob. That's not really secret. You caught it in front of me and Cece.
And I also still love them.
But we're both still very happy for you because
Actually,
Okay.
Jakob, that is an amazing thing to hear in the morning. Thank you.
I just wanted to take the edge off of all of this trauma that we're dumping.
That's probably for the best.
Mm,
Jakob finishes pouring the alcohol into his tea, closes up the flask, puts it away, and then puts the top back on his thermos.
So, should I go on then?
Asks Zinnia.
Do you want to?
I mean,
She's gonna look over you guys, and then she'll see that Ace isn't here, and she'll, like, sort of, like, sigh, saying,
I'd be more comfortable if everyone were here, but I know circumstances are difficult. I don't want any of you to feel like I didn't tell or you weren't important enough to tell.
But there are also several balls of yarn currently being unraveled, so
And I
if
guess
you want to wait,
if I do wait, it can't wait long, especially now that I know that Agatha is apparently making a move. And
What would stop you from telling us now?
the fact that AJ's not here, and I wouldn't want to make it come off wrong or have to explain again.
Toshi is on her Poke Gear sending a text to Ace.
I was actually literally about to say, Toshi, call AJ.
he doesn't answer.
He may not answer for a while,
says Cece.
He's taking his exile very seriously.
Exile.
Banishment, suspension.
Suspension.
Okay, well, there's another way of doing this. We could locate AJ and take the conversation there.
I mean, we could try. I don't know how well he'll take it, though.
you said it can't wait long. How long?
I mean, I want to tell you before she does, and spins it her way.
So before we fall asleep tonight, before Agatha makes her next move.
Circumstances aren't ideal, but you can always tell him, or I'll tell him later, whatever. But I guess this needs to be said, so we might as well say it now, since we're here, and since we're all currently getting along, more or less.
I have to go take a 5 really quick because I'm about to lose my goddamn mind. It's nobody anybody did. It's outside shit, so
Got it.
I'm going to step away.
No worries.
But if you'd rather Ace be here, then I suppose it can wait a little longer.
Toshi will hold a hand out for support towards Zinnia. In support, not for
Yep.
support.
Zinnia will nod appreciatively. Taking it briefly.
All right. We have until before we go to sleep to get AJ here so we can discuss this.
Or get us to AJ, either way.
Well, the places AJ would most likely be, in my opinion, would either be at Surge's side or with Dudley. Otherwise, he might be at home.
We still also haven't done our training yet.
Right. Let's get that done first and focus on, well, just getting through everything else today.
There are multiple forces that threaten the entire world, and if we are to face them all and succeed, we will need to grow.
CC nods.
All right.
And so, as you guys go to training, we will go to our break.
Well, that just went from 100 to 0 in like nothing.
Hot damn.
You guys made Jakob start day drinking.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I mean, Layla was tempted to go for it too, but
Oh, if Layla went to the flask, Jakob would have just handed that shit right over.
Still, what do we think so far?
I mean, great role
What?
play. Great role play. Super depressed, but great role play.
100th episode, everybody!
Toshi is a conduit to forces larger than himself, and some of them are angry.
Did you refer to Toshi as he?
Maybe.
Oh.
Also, I have found out that the spawn size Baneri is the perfect. Oh no, it was better when it was smaller. It's the perfect size for just a teeny little baby. There you go. Look at that.
Aww.
But this is my child.
Baby.
Hang on a second, I'm gonna flash over. Baby
I
bun
definitely
bun.
always say the right word and never say the wrong thing.
That's me every day at work. That's me in the corner.
That's me in the spotlight, losing my religion. But while we're all trying to regain ourselves, we will be back at around 45. Don't anybody go anywhere. We got more Pokemon Rebuilders coming up, and hopefully things will be a bit brighter going forward, but we'll see.
So when does the therapy start?
Hopefully when we get
Apparently
back.
this morning.
I hope so.
What time we gonna come back at?
45.
45.
45. All right. See you guys quite soon.
See ya.
You know, the dream was so much nicer than what this actual morning was. Wish we could go back to Layla's dream. That was sweet.
Right?
Well,
Layla's dream was tight.
there are some terrible
For
people in the
once.
world, and Toshi has some very strong feelings.
And if Toshi
Yes.
murders someone, I'm going to have Robin knock her the fuck out.
Yep. There are just some people that you don't want to be killers. Toshi is one of them. Not because we don't want her innocence corrupted, but because once she tastes blood, it'll be fucking terrifying.
And because
Hey,
Jakob was
hey.
not joking when he said Toshi is literally the scariest person in this entire room. No offense to the rest of you, but I am concerned that Toshi could literally just look at someone hard enough and their brain would pour out of their nose.
That's not how my powers work.
Yet, you still have another class and more levels.
No, she's got all 4.
Oh.
Does she?
Yes.
Which ones?
Researcher, which I've got.
I had 3. My bad.
No, I've got researcher with the occult, which gives her ability to sense she sensed ghost residue and stuff previously. And shortly she's going to be taking features from the botany side that are going to let her, Toshi will be able to harvest spores, and she'll be able to use sleep powder and poison powder and stuff like that.
You've not made your character less threatening, and I believe
Right?
that the first 2 exhibits that you've presented in court have been devastating to your argument.
So
Exactly.
she also
My
has,
3rd class is Rogue, because I love stabbing people.
she has Chronicler. So she's got Researcher, she's got Chronicler, which gives her ridiculous evasion.
You can take photos of the people you hurt. Sweet.
And she's also got
And,
Channeler and Sage.
Yeah, Channeler and Sage are the other 2.
I'm still terrified of
Oh,
Toshi.
Blitzy makes the point. Oh, great! Now Toshi can carry around controlled substances.
More like controller substances because of them stat
Ayo.
debuffs.
I've got to get myself some more Pokemon that can do 8 sleep as well. We just need to have every single person be able to start combat off with 10 AoE sleeps. Get out of here, GM.
Gonna have to bring Q back out, or not Q, Lucci out, so Lucci and Q can start just keep singing. Just keep singing.
Jakob, can you just teach rollout to anybody, or do they have to be able to learn it?
Pretty much anybody.
It has to be on the TM or tutor list.
Ah, okay, yeah. So, unfortunately, Bunny will not be able to learn rollout then.
Hold on. Let me check some things. I think I may be able to force it.
BRB.
Remember, mentors are funny.
Yep. I've also made some mentors as well, so I've looked at some of the stuff they can do, but yeah. I will look again. It really is convenient having my clock actually be correct again. And I ate just before the session, so I don't have to worry about running and going and grabbing stuff and then coming back and eating on mic. Here we are, mentor.
So anything from the tutor list, any egg moves, any TMs or HMs, let me keep looking.
Yeah, I'm not really seeing a thing that
There's
lets
something
you
I'm
just...
forgetting. I don't know what I'm forgetting, but there's something I'm forgetting here.
Is it normal ace?
That's what I'm kind of considering, so I'm gonna jump over there.
But I don't see how normal ace would be able to make Pokemon learn rollout.
I mean, I've made rollout normal.
Yeah, but that's different. Because,
Yeah, you're correct. I'm trying to. There was something that oh man, this is gonna drive me insane. There was some kind of feature where if you have 3 or more Pokemon that all have the same ability, you can learn it yourself and then teach it to other Pokemon.
maybe that's under general features?
Possibly. Oh god, this is gonna drive me insane. Now I've got a brain worm. I hate you people.
Tutoring. 1 time, use 3 times. Extended action. When activating this feature, select a move known by either yourself or by 3 Pokemon you own. The move is
Wow, sounds like you
mastered.
found it immediately.
The move is mastered as an extended action. You may have Pokemon spend 2 tutor points to learn a move you have mastered. Pokemon targeted this way can only learn moves that they could learn by level up, TM, egg move, or move tutor.
Okay, so that's it. That's the one I was thinking of, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so it still wouldn't apply to rollout if Bunny cannot learn rollout in any way, shape, or form.
I will check the guide right now. I actually have it open to Bunnery.
I don't think it can, unfortunately. Because I also looked because I was building the thing.
Toshi has some very strong feelings. She feels things very strongly.
Yeah, and
I love tautologies.
as much as, like, Cece shares the concerns of her party, she also doesn't want to invalidate Toshi's feelings either, or make it seem like everyone's ganging up on her.
Right.
So that's why she said what she was saying.
Like, Toshi recognizes that anger is dangerous. Like,
Mm-hmm.
she attacked Robin. She attacked Layla.
Oh yeah, me and Robin both forgot because nothing happened. Sorry.
Yeah. Like, she dealt 1 point of damage each, so it, like,
Mhm.
what's the big deal? But, like, she does not want to harm her friends, and
Oh,
she
that's right.
recognizes.
You set a rule that it's always a minimum of 1 damage. I was going to be like, there's no way you can physically do damage to Robin even if you crit roll
Yeah.
attacks. But no, we always do one minimum. Sorry, my bad.
You're good. Not that it
But,
matters at
like,
this point.
one out of, like, less than 1% of your health.
Oh yeah, no, like, and he didn't even have temp HP. Like, that shouldn't do anything. But no, Jakob was definitely telling the truth when he believes that Toshi has the most potential in the party, both for
Mhm.
good and for evil, and it scares him. But he tries to do his best to make things go well.
I mean, yeah, like, last night, Alistair told Layla that, Agatha was afraid of Toshi.
Yeah, no, like this, we all, yes. Are you the only person here who's not?
I mean,
Toshiko
Cece's not afraid of Toshi.
What?
Toshiko is kind. She chooses. She is trying to make the world a better place. And sometimes that's removing awful things from the world so that, you're pulling up the weeds so that the garden can grow. However, if Agatha is going to be standing there, just waiting for that to happen, then all of a sudden, I don't want that to happen. I don't want to give power to Agatha. So when whoever suggested that, like, crippling him or whatnot, that Toshiko had considered, like, an alternative, like, okay, how do I stop him from hurting people without giving him to Agatha? What if we break his legs or something?
Yeah, like, anything that's below a knee or an elbow, just get rid of that bad boy.
Cece was also gonna have some things to say, but then the conversation just kind of got it kind
The
of
conversation
snowballed.
went places.
Yep.
And then after this, Jakob's gonna pull out all his baby Pokemon and just be like, alright, kitties, let's go training! Woo-hoo-hoo. And cry in the corner while training them.
I'm just taking solace in the fact that this ain't my fucking fault. Y'all fucking started this.
Yeah.
Jakob was having a fantastic morning, and then you guys happened.
Well, like, Agatha came to Toshi in the night, and so she's like, we gotta share that. That's an important thing. But, like, her coming to Toshi revolved around the fact that Toshi has this urge to kill bad people.
Yeah, and also,
Specifically Rocco.
yeah, and look at what her telling that to the team has done to the team now.
Rip.
Oh no, I still really care about Toshi. I'm gonna do everything to protect her, but, like, I'm gonna be watching.
Mm-hmm.
If I ever see Toshi come back with red on them, I'm gonna be like, I need to know right now if that's ketchup or not.
That better be
Of course,
tomato berry
ketchup.
juice.
I was refilling the... But yeah, with Agatha asking Toshi about, like, okay, specifically, what specifically are you gonna do? And Toshi's just like, well, fuck. At the moment, I'm just kind of becoming more powerful and waiting for the right moment. Like I feel like I'll know what to do when I see it, or so like Toshi needs to make plans beyond grow in power. I got some ideas.
Anyways, it is 45, so... Oh, crud, I forgot to change the screen, but whatever. It is 45, so, are we all back?
I'm here.
Yep. So, that's at least 2 people accounted for. Layla's back, yes? I guess she's still away. Fair enough.
I need to actually do the numbers for training for my Pokemon, so that'll take me just a second.
Oh yeah, the numbers.
So good. I should probably do that too.
Oh, Jakob,
Hey,
would I be able to trade a couple of Pokemon with you for training? Toshi's got the same number modifier as you, I believe.
you have like Master Commander and Trader of Champions?
Oh shit. Yeah, that would give more, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like I don't mind helping out. If people want me to train their Pokemon, I'm happy to. I'm the mentor of the party. This is literally my build. I have 6 slots per hour. Just tell me. I'm happy to train 0 of my Pokemon. I can take 6 Pokemon and absolutely ruin an entire place's career with my build right now. So if you want to be trained, please tell me. We'll do it.
I would like a slot for Golly, a slot for Morpheus. I've got a fun new move set for Golly. I forget if I
Sorry
learned
about that.
3 or 4.
You're good.
But
Cece also has Trainer of Champions.
Yeah, I think Jakob and Cece both have the same training ability at this point.
That is going to be my next feature.
Though I
So
do have Mentor, so if you're looking for a specific like traits to be added, Jakob's the priority. If you're looking for experience, Cece's got you.
yeah, so Toshi has master in Pokemon education, which with Groomer I can do with training. But I don't have that thing of champions.
I have not yet decided if I am going to give Brienne Outrage or not. And I haven't decided whether the Noibat is going to learn Draco Meteor.
Okay, what could possibly be stopping you from having an adorable Noibat learn Draco Meteor?
It's more like, is that what I want in its final moveset? Is really the thing. It's trying to determine, like is that something that I can do? If I was somehow able to, well, first I need for it to get supersonic because it can get an ability with that connection, so I can at least have an additional one. And Noibat's the one that I'm still trying to figure out the moveset.
Well, after 3 Pokemon from Toshi, I have 3 other Pokemon that I can assist with training and give them empowered development and all of that, so if you guys need that, let me know.
in any case, it is almost 7:50, so
Let's start.
yeah, we're gonna get back, and Strider will return once they finish grounding themselves. Absolutely valid, and 100% we understand. But anyways,
They're going to come back and be immune to
That's not
electrical
right.
damage.
there we are. And so we will fade back into our heroes as they finish up training, and I'll do the numbers later, I guess. It's fine.
Yeah, numbers can come later.
Anyway. Here we are. So, With that, you have successfully finished training. Your bodies feel energized and ready to take on the day, and your Pokemon feel stronger and more alert and more active.
Commander Surge wanted to see us?
Yep.
Let's do it.
And so, you guys, minus Sam, head off to Surge's office, which honestly works out right now. So, you will arrive in Surge's office and he will be waiting behind his desk for you guys. Enter.
We do so.
You wanted to see us, Commander? Ah, yes. Fireteam Charizard. Good. Glad that you're here. And, as you enter, he will slide several folders onto his desk out towards you.
Toshi will reach for one.
Layla will reach for another one.
Yep. What I have here are some documents on some of our top recommended psychologists within the cloister in order to evaluate your mental states after your last mission and before sending you out onto your next one once you're ready. There are some that I, knowing you and knowing your team, could recommend, but the choice is ultimately up to you with who you take, with who each of you goes with.
Layla will look in her file.
All right. In that case, your file will be for, and I will just pull up the picture of him, a psychologist by the name of Dr. Armand Palm. He apparently came from something of a rough past, but eventually noticed some of the problems in his behavior and decided to look into them, and from there he turned his life around and dedicated himself to becoming a psychologist to try and help others from going down the same mistakes and mental pitfalls that he'd gone through, and hoping to make others' lives better. His partner Pokemon is a Meganium.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Toshiko. Your file is for one Dr. Elizabeth Ebony. Something of a social shut-in growing up, she had always been gifted with an ability to see the world and Pokemon and even spirits in ways that others could not. And while she's always retained something of a
creepy demeanor, some would say. She's also been very good at reading people and using her abilities to offer advice on aiding others. Especially people who also develop some supernatural talents.
And this lady has been in the cloister?
Yes.
Does Toshi not already know her?
No, she does not. She only
Alright.
recently achieved her degree. She's probably the newest psychologist out of all of them.
No, but if she's been, like...
Yeah, she's also a social shut-in.
Yeah, fair. Cool. What's her partner?
Her partner is Ms. Magius. And Jakob.
This folder is still on the table.
Ah, yes.
Layla's gonna give Jakob a look.
Jakob will inhale through his nose and look up at the ceiling for a moment before reaching forward and taking the folder with his name on it.
All right. Your folder contains a dossier on Dr. Winifred Chestnut. She is a renowned, studied therapist who has been probably one of the top recommended psychologists in the Cloister's medical history. And she's able and renowned for being able to take on a multitude of different patients from different backgrounds with different cases and getting results.
Jakob will nod. I must be really fucked up. Are our appointments already scheduled, or do we have to go ahead and schedule them ourselves?
Well, first you have to select your therapist, and from there you can get in contact with them and schedule your appointments. Again, these are only our recommendations, but we can't decide the kind of help you need for you. That's something only you can decide.
Jakob will look over to Cece.
Cece's holding her file, which is apparently a file for Dr. Joy.
Oh.
On top of being a Pokemon nurse, she's also, on the side, achieved a degree in psychology and has actually been doing remarkably well for herself, making her a first in her family. She is especially renowned for her technique of using Pokemon in her therapy as well as therapy Pokemon. Her partner is Chansey. Also, for the record,
Because
Dr.
precious.
Chestnut's Pokemon partner is Audino.
I'll bring my emotional support, Blissey. I love my
Yep.
emotional support, Blissey. And then Jakob's gonna look down at the last folder on the table.
Yeah, there's one for AJ, but that folder contains a recommendation.
Well, I don't know if we should open the folder for AJ's recommended medical information.
Well, I mean, you're allowed.
It's not. We're not looking at our information. It's just we each took a folder. It wasn't really labeled as ours. It was just, you know, it was basically a doctor profile.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure that, like...
No, you're not looking at
Ah,
anyone's, like, private records or anything.
Just wanted to be clear. Okay, thank you.
No, that's fine.
We're shopping for
Yep.
therapists.
And
I live in Florida. People do that all the time.
yep. And the last folder contains a dossier on Dr. Roderick Spruce. Probably the most seasoned veteran therapist in the cloister. He's also been like literally teaching classes and bringing up the next generation of therapists and psychologists in the cloister as well. And he is also known for being very versatile, but also having a very gentle approach. But at the same time, he can also be somewhat stoic in his approach as well, from either his age or experience or just simply how he feels his practice works best. In any case, his partner is Sylveon. Oh, and one other note about Dr. Spruce. Sorry. Oh, and one other note about Dr. Spruce is that he does not mess around when it comes to patients, and if they like try and like mess with him or waste his time, he will call them out. Like, as any good therapist ought to, but like he really does it. And it's kind of gotten him a bit of a reputation as well. Whether good or bad is for you all to decide.
Sounds fun for Ace.
I mean, with the Sylveon.
I mean, Serge did recommend him to Ace for a reason. But again, this isn't like a set-in-stone choice made for you.
Uh-huh. No, yeah, Toshi is absolutely fascinated and wants to meet
Dr. Ebony?
Dr. Ebony.
Okay. Is there contact information also in their file?
Oh, yes.
Who's gonna be responsible for delivering one of these to AJ?
I can do it, says Cece.
Jakob will nod. I think that's appropriate. The rest of you?
If she's willing
Yeah.
to do it, that's fine by me. Otherwise, I was going to do it.
I think it's
Alright.
better if CC does.
Serge will not bother to question that, and he'll just nod.
Layla is gonna get on her Pokegear and just immediately send a message to this therapist wanting to schedule an appointment.
All right. The message is successfully sent off. And he will actually reply saying that he has an opening for this afternoon, which is really soon, or a little later this evening.
I think Layla is gonna take the sooner one.
All right, then he will see you in about an hour.
Okay.
All right. So, if there are no objections and everyone has consented to their therapist for their first appointment, they can go from there however they want to. Layla certainly has.
Jakob
Layla
will
knows.
take his
Yeah.
folder with him.
All right. With that being said and done, you are dismissed. I had nothing further for you, unless there's anything else you wish to discuss with me here and now.
Thank you, sir.
As you were.
Toshi's gonna exit and message Dr. Ebony.
All right. Cece will also give a salute and leave.
Layla's actually gonna wait until Jakob decides to leave.
All right.
Or is Jakob staying?
Oh no, Jakob took his folder.
Oh, I didn't realize that he left. Okay, Layla will leave.
Jakob is considering about scheduling a session, but has not made up their mind.
All right. Then, yeah. Jakob leaves as well. So as Jakob leaves, Layla leaves?
Yeah.
You don't have to. If there's something else you want to do, you can.
No, she does. I'm more seeing as like, I'm more taking after Himbo's ideas. You know what? An emotional support Pokemon would be nice, but Brienne is too big, so which of my little ones should be taken? Probably gonna be the Noibat.
How dare you say that? Brienne is the perfect size. She is blessed and wondrous.
Oh my gosh.
I understand that, but I can't cuddle Brienne anymore in like.
Not outside of the hospital, at least.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Emotional
Anyway,
support, Ivan?
Oh yeah, that is an option.
This is a very sticky emotional support Pokemon.
Hang on.
Or Ariel. Ariel would be delightful to hug.
No, Ariel's gonna eat something.
Ariel will eat anything in the room that's food, but that's not the point here.
It doesn't even have to be food, it just has to be smaller than her.
That's scary for the future.
In
I
any
think
case,
I'm gonna be the Noibat.
with that, you guys will exit back into the cloister.
I was gonna say, what about Cleo? Cleo's delightful.
Yeah, that's true.
And she's also tiny.
And delightful. She's so cute.
Also, I could just have Cleo on the lap instead of the Noibat just, on the arm. Just holding out the arm for this Noibat the whole time.
Alright. So, as you all exit, sorry, just a second. Not right now. Here we are. The lot of you will eventually, or rather will shortly after, bump into... Where are you guys? There you are. Malcolm. Huh? Oh, hey! You guys, just the people I was looking for.
Hey, Malcolm.
Hey yourself, Toshiko. Cece, Layla, Jakob.
Hey, what's up?
You guys still have that dome fossil?
Oh shit, I forgot. Layla's gonna take it out and give it to Malcolm.
She takes it out and gives it to Malcolm?
Yeah.
Cool, just making sure I heard that. And he will take it and say, "Oh, yeah, this is a nice specimen. Very well preserved. So, if you guys wanted, I could actually resurrect this. It'll take me some time, though, but by the end of the day, we will have a newly resurrected Kabuto egg. Kabuto? Yeah, it's, it doesn't look like much, but it becomes a Pokemon that can pack quite a punch.
Would Toshi be able to make a Pokemon edge, like, if CC doesn't know, like, Toshi's pulling it up on her Pokedex or whatever, do I roll for that?
You may. CC's also gonna give it a roll.
Beautiful. Let's learn about Kabuto.
Yeah, CC knows about Kabuto, as do you. Kabuto is a prehistoric rock-water type Pokemon that, just a second. Oh yeah, Kabuto! Oh my gosh, it's so cute! I love it! Guys, I kind of want one.
Go for it. It's yours. Assuming there are no objections.
CZ will look over the group, and since we're not hearing any objections, she'll be like, I think that would be awesome. Thank you so much, Malcolm. Yeah, sure. My pleasure. Been a while since I got to do this with the Dome Fossil. Alright. This is gonna take me a while, so you can come find me in the lab later. Trust me, we won't be too worried about finding ways to occupy our time. I'll take your word for that. Have a good one. We'll try.
I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you so much for being patient with me.
No worries.
You're totally cool.
I don't know what I missed.
All you missed was we took a break, and then after that, the party minus Sam went to Surge's office, and they were given dossiers on their therapists, which they then were given their recommended ones, but were given the opportunity to choose if they decided that they wanted a different one. Ultimately, everyone decided to go with the recommendations. There was also one there for AJ, but he was not there at the moment. CC will bring him his. And then after that, as they exited the office, they ran into Malcolm, who offered to resurrect the Dome Fossil you guys were carrying around. And you guys accepted his offer.
Once again, I do highly appreciate it. I can give you guys more details after the game, but you guys are fucking phenomenal. Thank you.
Absolutely.
You're phenomenal.
You're phenomenal.
Oh, please don't. I already just grounded myself and I stopped myself
No,
from
you're
crying.
breathtaking.
Okay.
I will cry and
Right.
that's a threat.
I'm sending you that gift right
Oh
now.
god.
Anyway, in the
Okay.
meantime, we can get back in the game. Strider, you can come in as whichever one of your characters you want.
Fucking saving that gift. What just happened?
What just happened right now is they
The
just
Malcolm one?
they just left the office, they just met Malcolm, gave him the Dome Fossil, and he's off. And Layla has an appointment with her therapist in less than an hour.
Sam probably went to go check on Janica, even if she doesn't, like, respond to him.
No, sure, yeah. In that case, we'll jump over to that if you're able and willing.
Yeah, I'm much better now.
Cool. Then we will go to Sam as he is looking for Janica. Arriving outside her quarters,
She
Sam
has
will be
quarters
standing.
now.
she has a staying quarters, but when I say her quarters, I mean also, like, Malcolm's quarters.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because she's a mooch and has to stay in somebody's quarters. That's not canon, guys.
In any case, you're standing outside the door.
Mm-hmm. I knock.
The door will slide open. And a very groggy and weary Janica will answer. Sam. Hi.
Did I wake you?
Not really. I just woke up myself. 'Cause it doesn't matter. What's up?
Just checking on you. I left.
Oh. Yeah, thank you. It's sweet. I'm good. Sorry, I sound ungrateful. I'm just tired.
You sound ungrateful.
Do I?
I don't know.
I guess you wouldn't. It's fine. No, but I really do appreciate you checking in. I got a chance to look over the information you sent me. I can kind of get why you were hesitant. It's a lot.
A lot.
And it's very heavy, but I'm okay.
As long as you're okay. That's what matters.
From what I could gather from the information, I don't think I'm a part of the
Program?
genetic experiment part of the program. I think I'm just one of the lost Halsleys or other poor abducted folk. Which I don't know what that means for me or who I am or who I used to be.
I think that means that you could possibly have a fresh start. And if you want to, you have a family out there.
That's just it. I don't know if I do or not, and I don't know if I can learn.
And understandable. You have a family here, too.
I know. And that does help. And, I mean, for what it's worth, you do too.
He's gonna have like a minute. You could see the gears turning in his little head. Thanks. I do act. Look on the bright side. You didn't fall asleep in your breakfast.
I'm going to assume, by the way you phrased that you did. But
I
that
did.
just raises some... You know, I'm not
My
even
body-
surprised.
My body just decided it was time to go to bed. I had no say in the matter, and it wouldn't let me wake up at first. Speaking of which, do you dream?
Yeah, sometimes.
Is it always the same place?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
It's not always easy for me to remember my dreams, though. When I wake up, they just kind of vanish.
That's how it used to be, but not anymore.
I think I might have a recurring dream, though.
Oh?
I don't know, I'm just
I'm in this, like... I'm either in, like, this forest or this city or something, and I'm running from something. I don't know where I'm running to or if I'm running from it, but I just have these flashes of fear and looking back into the darkness, and then I just keep going, and then I'll either stumble or it'll get me or something, and then I wake up. I don't know, I think maybe there's more, but I'm just not remembering it right now.
That coffee? It's cold, but would you like some? He holds out his thermos.
AJ invents cold brew. The world has changed. The rebuilders are elevated to gods.
Yep. Actually, she takes the coffee. Thank you, by the way. But also, watch this. And then she reaches into her pocket, pulls out a Pokeball, sends out a Glaceon. Glaceon, show off your new trick. As she holds the coffee cup, and Glaceon will sort of like blow on it, and yeah, she basically makes cold brew.
Sam's just gonna blink, like, really fast. Like, did this bitch just freeze the coffee?
The economy has changed for the future.
Mind blown.
She'll then reach into her pocket and pull out a straw and put it into the cup and start sipping. Refreshing.
Is so many things what you did, but I'm going to let it.
Glaceon's then gonna sort of like approach you curiously.
He doesn't move, but he looks at the Glaceon like,
Glaceon looks up at you.
it's doing something.
It's investigating you. It leans in and sort of like sniffs you.
There.
Roll charm.
Oh dear. Oh, that's actually really good for him, guys. Only one more and it would be his best.
Awesome.
Glaceon is then
Good
going to
job.
rear up on its hind legs and sort of like put both its paws on your chest. It is cold.
I'm awake now.
Oh, it likes you.
I'm going to like how you would a dog, gently put it, like, push it down, so that way it doesn't feel like rejected or hurt.
You feel like you're pushing into solid snow.
Yeah, it's cold.
Yep, that's kind of the idea. Anyways, Glaceon, return. You can play more later. Whew. So, do you want to come in and hang out, or you busy?
My team went to go see the commander, so sure.
And with that, she will welcome you into Malcolm's apartment. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure he's going to come in, see the two of them, and with what Jenica told him, be on it.
In the meantime, we will jump back down to the rest of the group. So now that they have that business done, Layla has her appointment scheduled soon, so what do Toshiko and Jakob do?
Toshi sends a message to Dr. Ebony.
Alright.
Like, as she's leaving Surge's office, she really wants to meet Dr. Ebony.
So, Dr. Ebony will say that she normally only does night appointments, but given Toshiko's case, she's willing to make an exception and is willing to see her soon.
If Toshi would not want to make her feel uncomfortable. If night works better for her, I could do night.
All right, then your appointment will be scheduled for 7 o'clock, about dusk.
Beautiful. The energy changes when the sun sets.
And what's Jakob doing?
Jakob stops by his room real quick, presses the key combination to open the door on the keypad, pops the door open, throws the folder onto his desk, closes the door, and heads to the mess hall.
Okay, avoidance. Nice.
Jakob's going to go do Jakob's therapy, where he's going to go cook and not talk to people. He's just going to take people's orders, cook, give them a smile, and give them what they want, and make people happy. And that's the therapy that he knows, or that he's ever known, really.
All right. Then, I suppose we will jump first to Layla going to her appointment.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Let's actually see if I can find a room for this. Yeah, I think that could work.
Oh, that's interesting.
Isn't it?
Layla, you're gonna die.
Probably.
Remember how Sam said therapy hurts? This picture basically, confirms it.
You know, it looked better when it was smaller. But anyways. You will arrive, and you will find Dr. Palm waiting for you.
Layla is gonna go in and I think she is going to have... She's gonna have Noibat with her, actually. I thought about it, and I think Noibat is where she would go first.
All right.
Aww.
Ah. You must be Layla, then.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Layla. I'm Dr. Armand Palm. It's a pleasure to meet you. And this is my partner, Megan. Megan!
You had to make it sound like Mr. Steak, didn't you?
Of course!
Oh.
Don't worry, she's very friendly.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yeah, Blitzy gets it! More steak, more steak, 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 steak.
Alright. Yeah, likewise.
And if anyone's confused, go watch Team 4 Star's playthrough of Hard Gold Soul Silver. It's hilarious. Anyway.
Blitzy, that's so awesome! You have to let us know which one it is. Anyway,
Yep.
okay,
So,
So, how does this work?
well, that's partially up to you, but basically, what we do is, we sit down and make ourselves comfortable, and after that, we can see about figuring out why it is you're here, what you want from this session, and see if we can work towards a goal.
Okay. Seems... Okay, seems easy enough.
It's okay if you're a bit unsure. It's very common for people, especially people who have not done this sort of thing before, and it can be intimidating. Trust me, I was there.
Layla's gonna look at the Noibat on her shoulder as she takes a seat.
Mm-hmm. As you sit down, you will smell a very sweet aroma filling the room that does sort of help calm you a bit. Noibat certainly likes it.
Okay. All right then. Oh, I hope that's okay.
Don't worry, Megan's used to it. Brr.
Oh, okay. All right. So where do we begin?
Well, Commander Surge did mention that you initially suggested the notion of your team seeking therapy. Maybe we could start with what brought you to that idea.
Well, basically, it was... I mean, there's no two ways about it. The last mission that we went on was fucked.
Tell me about that.
I'm sure you read it. It's all in the report.
I did read it, but if you're comfortable, I'd like to hear about it in your words. We heard word that there was Team Satellite around the area. We went to investigate. I got kidnapped along with one of our other team members, and I guess it kind of turned into a rescue, and then once we were reunited in the base, we decided to try and take him out and go further into the base, because we learned about this weird project that was happening, and it was a lot. We were able to beat them, but we saw things that were not pleasant, to say the least. What kind of things?
Well, well, it's in the report, so...
The, artificial Pokemon, then.
Mm-hmm.
So... So would you say that seeing the creation of these artificial Pokemon is what upset you, or was it something else?
I'm honestly not sure. All I know is that there's apparently this thing that I do. It's happened twice already. And the only way I can refer to it is redding out.
Redding out.
Yeah, where blind rage, that kind of thing, I guess. You know, you see red.
Yeah, I think I understand, actually. You just enter this sort of state of mind where emotion and instinct just take over, and Arceus help anything that stands in your way in that moment.
I'm not even sure what takes over. I often don't remember what happens during that.
Do you remember when you first started having these redouts?
I think my first one was in Saffron City.
So it was after you left the cloister.
Yeah.
I see. Go on. Tell me more about your first redout, if you can.
I mean, there were people. Have you read the reports of Saffron City?
I've taken a glimpse. I hear that Spectrum is doing some controversial stuff up there.
That's a kind way of saying it. And
I wouldn't know.
Part of it included raiding essentially a homeless area and just taking Pokemon, saying that one was stolen, but they took almost like everybody's Pokemon. And it wasn't right, and I blacked out. Redded out.
That sounds awful, and I'm really sorry that you had to witness that.
I mean, yeah.
So, forgive me for sounding cliche, but after you come back from one of these redouts, how is it you generally feel?
Exhausted. And I think it depends on what I see afterwards.
So was it always accompanied by a negative emotion? Do you always feel remorse, or are there certain times you feel maybe not proud, but at the very least content?
I mean, the first time it happened, we apparently kicked their asses and there was cause for celebration. So I guess satisfied, even though that word doesn't feel right. Satiated more.
I see. Well, at the very least, it sounds like you are entering what I guess I would describe as fugue states brought upon by overwhelming rage and stress of a situation.
Okay. What is a fugue state? I've never heard of that before.
Essentially, to put it as simple as I can, for the sake of time, it's basically your body going kind of on autopilot as your mind sort of shuts down for whatever reason. It can be anything from a fear response to a trauma to, in your case, even anger.
Okay, is there a way that I can not do that?
That is a very good out-of-game question. Well, hopefully that is what we are here to figure out, but it will take a bit of time and a lot of effort on your part as well as mine. But I do believe that we can help you if you're willing to stick with it and, well, stick with me.
How messed up is this whole thing?
What do you mean messed up?
I don't know how to gauge this exactly, like... I don't know how to say it, like...
It's okay. Well, in that case, I will say that I wouldn't describe you by any means as messed up. I would say that you have suffered a considerable amount of trauma, and you are seeking help to process that trauma, as well as to figure out a way to deal with these fugue states that you've been entering since going on the surface and discovering all these new stresses. And that is honestly not an unexpected thing. It's a big, new, and frightening world out there with who knows what kinds of threats and dangers and unknown things to face. And that's also exactly why I'm here, to help rebuilders and anyone else who needs help to deal with that sort of stress.
Okay. So what's this whole process gonna look like?
Pizza.
I wish.
She's the one who actually can't even eat pizza.
Well, since we're on a tangent right now, I really hope that I'm not completely botching this, but anyway, he will look to you and say, well, we're probably going to keep meeting during your times of leave, and we're going to try and see if we can figure out ways to help you deal with your rage and possibly ground yourself if you feel these readouts coming on, to help you maintain better control. We can try a few different things, but I'm going to want to get to know you a bit better first before I make any recommendations in that way. Because different people process their issues differently. I'll say this much, though, and I'll reiterate. This is not going to be a fast process. This is going to take time.
How long will I have to stay?
That's... Well, in this session, we don't have that much longer, but I can only say that the process will take as long as it takes. And progress will just depend on what we can get done. I'll do my best, and I hope and I know that you'll do the same. And if you're struggling, I'll do my best to help you. We'll get you through this, Layla. Don't worry.
The whole entire time, Layla hasn't been looking at him. She's more like looking at the ground. Like her hands are kind of clasping at each other, not necessarily ringing, but kind of fidgeting with each other, if that makes sense.
Yep. Is there something that he would be able to read from that? Because he probably knows more than I do.
He would definitely read a lot of shame from all of this, and he would read like extreme anxiousness.
All right. So what would be the best approach for that?
That is a great question, one that I cannot currently answer now. I don't think he can. I think that may be something that he would need to see in like multiple sessions to see
Takes
if
time.
it's well, to also see if it's a common pattern or if it's just like a one-time thing.
Then in that case, he will simply make another note, and there will be another sort of not necessarily gust, but sort of like a whiff of that familiar soothing sweet scent that fills the room.
How has the Noibat been in all of this?
Oh, Noibat is just absolutely enjoying the scent from Meganium, but seeing you the way you are, it will fly down and it will sort of nestle itself over with you.
Oh, baby.
It looks like Noibat wants to help too.
Which is weird. I've only had her for a couple days.
Morgan! Well, that's the thing about Pokemon. It's almost like they have this sort of instinctual desire, a drive, if you will, to help people. Even those they just met. They have a way of reading people. Telling what they're feeling and sometimes even what's in their hearts. It's something that I admire, and something that inspires me to try and keep doing better as a therapist and a psychologist. And in that way, Megan has been a massive help to me, showing me through simple examples without even words. But forgive me, I'm rambling.
No, it's fine. Honestly, I wasn't sure if I could bring anything larger to this. Otherwise, I would have brought my partner.
Bring whatever you're comfortable with. This is an open and supportive space. And I understand that certain Pokemon have certain size requirements, but that can be accommodated.
Well, she's a Haxorus, so she's not terribly big.
Ah, I see. Well, As long as she doesn't, well, as long as she doesn't start chopping firewood around the room, if you will, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Yeah, okay.
That was also a joke. In all seriousness, don't worry. Anything that does happen, the room is built for Pokemon, and, well, let's just say this one isn't exactly always the most graceful, so I've got reinforcements in place. Aww. Do you want to send out Brienne?
Yeah, I think so.
Wow. What a beautiful Haxorus. You've done a very good job raising her. I can tell. Huh? Brienne looks sort of curiously at him.
What's his name again? Oh, this is
Dr. Palm.
Dr. Palmer.
Just Palm, actually. Armand Palm.
I hate it. That a fucking pun.
It wasn't intended to be.
Arm and palm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for once on the stream, pun unintended.
Anyway, so it would be okay to bring her?
Absolutely. And I must say, I'm incredibly impressed. It's not easy to raise and train dragon Pokemon.
That's what they say. And yeah, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't wonder what that says about me, given everything.
I see. What makes you worry about that?
It's hard to explain.
That's fine. Well, in that case, unfortunately it seems we're just about out of time this time, but maybe I can expect you back for another session. We can work out the details and figure out when we're going to meet next.
Yeah, we can do that.
Wonderful. Then in that case, thank you for stopping by, Layla. I think I can safely say I have the utmost confidence that we'll be able to help you out, and I look forward to working with you in the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you need anything, you have my number.
Too.
And if you need anything, you have my number. Feel free to message me anytime, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. And with
And
that,
Layla will head out with Brienne.
yep. And that will do it for that session.
Heck yeah.
So on that note, we're gonna jump over to Jakob in the kitchen.
Alrighty.
Heck yeah.
Here we are.
Not sure exactly what time of day it is, but no matter what time of day it is, Jakob can either be cooking things to order for people or getting some prep and hot station or warm station work done to get things ready for the shift coming up.
I'm going to say that it is right now about mid-afternoon, like 2:30 at the earliest.
Okay, so unless anyone's coming in for a late lunch, we're starting to prep for dinner. Got it.
Yeah, I'd say the lunch is just wrapping up and you're getting like through the last few customers and prepping for dinner.
That is what we will do then. But yeah, Jakob is going to, instead of dealing with his emotions, he's going to deal with a monotonous, repetitive task that will allow him to zone out and not have to accept anything that occurs in his life because it's been traumatic recently. I'm going to chop vegetables.
All right.
I would like to deploy a Pokemon to assist me with my cooking.
Go for it.
This is Winkle, and I would like him to hug my leg because he's very soft.
Fair enough.
All right, that's it. That's all I got. He's not going to really help me with my cooking. He's one of my emotional support Pokemon. Every one of my Pokemon is one of my emotional support Pokemon, just before you ask. That is
I mean, that's valid.
Truth.
Anyway. So, as you are cooking and working in the kitchen, Bud, as he is washing up his utensils, will turn to you and ask, "So, Jakob, what the... That is, if I may ask, what Surge want from yous?"
Surge was checking if any of us had any medical needs to attend to.
Oh, yeah. I think I heard him talking about, something about, therapists or something. I mean...
Yeah, some kind of doctor. I've been pretty lucky, you know. I've managed to not really be hurt nearly as much as any of the people in my team, so I don't think I need a doctor.
Maybe, but that sort of thing can't hurt neither, you know? Always good to check.
I don't think I look injured.
I mean, that's not physically, no, but given what you've been through, maybe a little scan of the old cranium might do you some good, kid. But, I mean, that's not my business. I ain't gonna tell you how to live your life.
Don't think it's Surge's business either, but he seemed to make it his.
Oh, dang! I don't even got a drink there.
Layla was the one who recommended it.
Ooh, I want you to tell that to your face, bitch.
Hey,
I mean,
I fucking love Layla. How dare you? How
well,
dare you say anything bad about Layla? I'll fight you.
Yeah, bitch. Say it again.
Surge, he's probably just trying to make sure that you're okay.
Surge wants more good, obedient little soldiers to send out onto the surface to do whatever work he wants done for him. That's pretty strongly clear, historically speaking.
He's gonna sort of like stop and look at you a moment with a raised eyebrow. Jakob, is that really what you think of him?
It wasn't before. Unfortunately, my levels of respect for him now exist only at a level of I believe that he's trying to protect the people here, but I don't agree with the methods he's using. And look, I won't pretend that I'm some kind of strategic genius. I'm not. I won't pretend that I'm someone who understands the nuances and intricacies of running this kind of cloister, this kind of operation, but for everything that's happened, I feel wronged, and I don't know how to get over it. And I guess I can see a therapist or something like that, but a therapist doesn't change the past.
Perhaps not, but it sounds to me like maybe you need to have a talk with him about it then. Sounds like you got a lot of,
I don't think I'm ready for that right now.
Maybe not, but...
I know I'll need to someday, but I don't think it's today, and probably not tomorrow.
Maybe talk to your, ninja friend.
AJ?
No, the sweet old lady in the ninja clothes, Janine, I want to say.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yes. Turns out there's quite a bit more history there than I anticipated.
You don't say.
You want to find out, or not right now?
I'm all ears, kid, if you're willing to talk. He says as he dries the dishes and then starts cleaning up the sink.
Alright, are you holding any dishes right now?
Nope, just a dish rag.
Alright, so that's my aunt.
What? No fooling!
Yeah, turns out my father and her father are the same person.
Well, I'll be.
And I don't know as much about this Koga person as I hoped that I would, but there's someone who I need to learn more about.
Koga? I think I know a couple things about Koga.
Anything you can tell me, I'd love to hear.
Well, I know that he was the former gym leader of Fuchsia City, and eventually he went to the Elite Four as one of the top trainers in the region. He wasn't no champion, but he was certainly a force to be reckoned with. Then again, when you maintain the title of Ninja and Poison Master, well, those ain't titles you hold lightly, I guess.
I feel like it would probably damage my reputation as a chef if I was known as a poison master.
He is going to sort of shrug and say, I mean, what is a bartender but a poison master? And besides, some foods, you gotta know how to prepare around the poison. Like quillfish.
You know I've never been as skilled as you there, bud. Come on.
Well, that's why I'm happy to have the title of Master Chef rather than Poison Master. Even if it is a self-given title.
You be looking out. Crawfish is coming for you.
Crawfish. He's still got some climbing to do. Anyway, forgive an old man his prying and his rambling. I didn't mean to reach into your life like that.
Before for anything. Should I? Do I need to? This has always worked for me.
He'll turn to you, and with a sincere and sympathetic look, he'll say, if you want my opinion, I think you ought to at least give it a try. If only to get Surge off your back and confirm to yourself what you think you already know, and if it turns out you're wrong, then you have a way to go at it. But if you're right, no harm, no foul.
Well, I figure Surge won't let me back out on the surface until I do, so I should get it out of the way. I'm gonna make some demands, though.
To him or the therapist?
But to him.
All right. I'm listening if you want to share them, but I'm not going to pry.
If both myself and AJ are cleared after this therapy, I want AJ reinstated to the Rebuilders if possible.
AJ in the background looking like, Nani, the fuck?
You always were bold,
AJ, you got a
Jakob.
cold? You've been sneezing so much.
Well,
Right?
I can't say nothing on that front. That's something you're gonna have to talk over with him. But for what it's worth, I'm rooting for you, kid. I always am.
Alright, well, after I left that meeting, I had two thoughts in mind. I was either gonna take the folder back to my room and throw it away, and then maybe deal with it later, or I was gonna bring it here and just throw it under the broiler and burn it so nobody knew that it ever existed aside from Surge, and then couldn't really prove it. But I guess I threw it into my room, so I guess I'll go back there and schedule myself an appointment, unless there's anything else you'd like me to do here.
He's gonna, like, look at you as you say that, actually, like, visibly concerned and be like, yeah, I think it might be a good idea for you to schedule that appointment.
Look, I'm meant to be one of the people who's a rock for my team, someone they can rely on, so if I just take all of my problems and I shove them in a Pokeball, then it will eventually turn into a Dark Ball, and then, that sounds bad. You're right, I should probably see someone.
That was a terrible
Yeah.
analogy.
and then he'll set down his cleaning utensils and put a hand on your shoulder and say, Jakob, it's good and noble of you that you want to be the rock for your team, but the thing is, rocks can only take so much pressure before they crumble. And sometimes...
Jakob is going to interrupt Bud, and Jakob's going to put his hand on Bud's shoulder. Some rocks can only take so much pressure until they turn into diamonds, and that's what I plan for me.
Oof.
Just remember, that's not a process that's achieved alone.
Oh, I need some pressure and some heat. And I've got all the heat that I can stand in here, so if it's okay with you, Chef, I'm going to end my shift and get out of here.
Go on then, kid. We'll take it from here.
Jakob is going to start awkwardly limping his way out of the room because he does have a winkle on his leg and it's very heavy, so he's just going to start moving out of there. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute.
All right. And next, we're actually going to go to AJ, if that's okay, as Surge calls him into his office.
AJ will comply. He only
Alright.
does two things now.
I was about to say, if it's about the therapy thing, Cece was gonna go see him.
Yeah, this is a little after that.
Oh, okay.
I probably ran into CC on the way there.
Your therapist has a Sylveon.
I have a Sylveon. Why did that sound like a threat? Sorry.
We're making
I
connections.
have a Sylveon.
AJ has killed their therapist and stolen their Pokemon, and we must now track them down on the surface.
Here's the thing. Is it a shiny Sylveon?
Yeah, if it's
stop
not
it.
a shiny, it's safe. No. If it's not a shiny, it's safe.
That's
And-
Jakob's emotional Dark Ball. He's gonna keep that for a shiny normal type he wants to capture.
Oh my god.
Jakob's emotional Dark Ball is a Master Ball. However, the Pokemon he captures just becomes evil, so it's really bad.
Anyway.
We're having a good time.
Anyway.
Yeah, no, Jakob,
Yep.
after he talked about it with Bud, he was like, yeah, no, actually, you guys are right. I should probably fucking talk to someone. My bad. I had bad decisions. Sorry.
Well, glad that scene actually served a good purpose.
Yeah, no, he just needed to talk with someone who he trusted, like, inherently, and that was Bud, so that's kind
Yep.
of why I got it into the
I
kitchen.
brought my friend, or is he there?
He's there.
Oh, Jesus.
Well,
Good. You're both here.
Both?
Yes. There's a project that I'd like your expertise on, the two of you.
Expertise? Now we're talking. Please, Commander, elucidate us on this particular project you would like our esteemed expertise on.
Yeah.
Wait, he said, but less words.
He'll sigh and shake his head as he reaches under his desk and pulls out. Hang on. There we go. This. It's considerably smaller.
What else do you got hiding under there?
That's classified. You know what this is?
Now you just sealed your fate, and I'm going to have to look later.
You're welcome to try, kid. I could use a test of my security. But that
That's
actually
accepted.
brings me as to what I have you here for. This is a Rotom drone. At first, we used them in order to try and scout out the surface to see if it was safe and habitable before emergence. Initially, we had lost at least one of them to the hostility of the tribes. And since then, we'd recalled them for hopes that we wouldn't have to lose any more, as well as giving the rebuilders an opportunity to stretch their legs and do their jobs. But on that note, with the conditions changing in the city, and both the skies and the ground becoming safer, I feel it's time to give these guys another shot at flying out. But instead of going to patrol and scout out the city, I think I would like them to be more equipped for longer range flights.
What exactly are you getting at?
Like over water?
Oh yes, far over water. I want you two to help me Take two. I want you two to help me fit these things to be capable of scouring the seas and looking for other regions and figuring out what state they're in. Jagger's jaw is going to drop at that.
AJ's going to take the drone and kind of like flip it over and like look it around and say, so like, do we have a time frame?
There's no immediate deadline. Consider this an ongoing project. But I will say this. If you're able to make headway on this project, it'll commute time on your suspension.
No, I don't care about that. I care about this.
Then by all means spend all the time you want on it. the better we're able to fit these things out, the better odds we'll have of regaining global communication, let alone rediscovering the other regions and cloisters. The Rebuilders Project dreams of a united and connected world, and as it stands, we're barely able to even talk to ourselves. We need
I don't know. I
to
think you
fix
talk
that.
to yourself fine.
Listen here, you little shits. I'm giving an
I'm listening.
Then stop talking and... Garcius, damn it.
He's gonna give the drone to Dudley.
Dudley will say nothing, but he will just sort of like give you sort of like a smarmy look.
Is it because of my bullshittery, or is it because I'm handing it to him?
Because of your bullshittery.
Oh, okay. Of course.
In any case, this is a high priority task, and you two are the best minds we have at tech and rebuilding within the cloister, at least that I can trust with this. You've also had the most experience seeing the world and are most familiar with the dangers that are outside the city. So I need you to be able to fit this thing with whatever you can even dream of it encountering. However long it takes, and whatever you need, we will do our utmost to provide for you.
I mean, it really has armor, considering I can already think of a few Pokemon that would use it as a chew toy.
Yes, but we're also going to need to make sure that armor is capable of staying airborne.
And also water resistant.
Yes, I suppose rainfall would be an
Oh,
issue. And not
what
to
about
mention
like
clouds.
us putting like a solar panel on it, so then that way it can be powered by lightning or the sun?
How does solar panel powered by lightning?
You get struck by lightning and it charges.
And then again, now that you mentioned it, it is a Rotom-based device, so electricity wouldn't necessarily be a hazard for it. Perhaps we could work with that. Of course, then we're also going to have to worry on getting range as well as maintaining the communications over such vast different distances.
Can we write this down?
You can be writing this down.
No, he's saying
Okay.
that out loud. Should
Okay.
we write this down?
You haven't been?
No, I just remember stuff and forget it like a cool kid.
It's alright, I've been taking notes as you two have been brainstorming.
See? He gets it.
That said, I'm glad to see that you're already hard at work on this project. I'll leave you both to it then. Keep me updated on your progress, and if you need anything, feel free to ask. Your old commander is no stranger when it comes to tech as well.
Of course, sir. And thank
Well,
you
why
for
are
this
you helping with
opportunity.
it?
Because I still have another cloister to run and several other projects to oversee, and I am helping with it when I can and how I can.
Now, see, you weren't giving us that information.
It should be self-evident by the... Never mind. Forgive me, Ace. Next time I'll hand you a friggin' autobiography the next time you come in to do whatever I have assigned for you.
No, I'm more interested in what's under the desk.
You're welcome to try and find out.
Challenge accepted. Again.
In the meantime, get to work on the drone. Please.
Of course, sir.
I can squeeze it in my schedule.
Oh yes, your very busy schedule of whining in your room and hugging your mom?
First of all, I don't. And second of all, you don't know what I do. You don't ever want to hang out with me. Because you want to brood and be, oh, it's your freaking room.
Why would I ever want to spend all of my time with you, you loudmouth ignoramus?
Because I'm actually a really cool person, you Nimrod.
Cool people are nothing but brutish thugs who drag their knuckles thinking that they're superior simply because they're physically gifted. Bah!
Then how did I manage to make the shell of a master ball?
Because you actually have something resembling a brain in your skull, courtesy of yours truly rubbing off on you.
Is basically what you hear down the hall.
What have I gotten myself into?
Should install the camera, say, because that's AJ's more important goal.
And with that, we will jump to sundown as Toshiko attends her appointment.
Ready. At the appointed time and the appointed hour, I make my way.
All right. You make your way, and awaiting you inside her office is Dr. Elizabeth Ebony and her partner, Ms. Magius.
Me and I want it.
You want it?
Slams money on the table. Give me 10.
Well, go around the city at night. You could probably find at the very least. I think you actually caught a shiny version of its first form and gave it over to Malcolm.
I think I did.
You
honestly,
did. You absolutely did.
I did. Honestly, I kind of just want Sam to have a Gengar.
That's fine. You have a hunter, I think. At least a Ghastly.
He has a guess.
Yeah, I know AJ has at least one of
We
those.
can make it happen.
But yes,
It's a thing.
you know,
Hell
these are
yeah.
entirely achievable goals. Speaking of
Oh my
achievable
God.
goals,
Layla, I have to private miss something.
Knock yourself out.
Toshiko enters. And you'll see her just like staring at you from across the room with a smile.
Beautiful. I think I would like to have Zagreus with me instead of Psyche. Or yeah, I think Zagreus is the one I want to
All right.
have time here because he, like, I met him and we kind of share a mission and yeah.
Her gaze is then going to slowly turn over towards Zagreus, and her smile is going to light up. What a fascinating Typhlosion!
This is Zagreus.
May I pet him?
Of course.
She eagerly sort of like skips over and gives Zagreus pets, and his ghostly little mane will start flaring like a stove on a low flame.
Yeah, you're a good boy.
Mm-hmm.
You're a good boy, aren't you? Wow. Yeah, you are. What a sweetie. Oh my goodness, how rude of me. I am so sorry. Hi there. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Ebony. Yes. You can just call me Lizzie, though. Or Dr.
you
Ebony. And you must be Toshiko.
Yes, I really wanted to meet you.
And I've been wanting to meet you too. It's very good to see you. And this is my partner, Miss Magius.
Hi.
Ah.
Toshi will reach out towards Miss Magius and turn to Lizzie. May I?
Well, that's up to
And
her.
she'll look up to Miss Magius, and I will reach out to connect.
Roll me intuition. You break through her barriers, and as you do, you see a smile of being impressed appear on Miss Magius as she sends out an energy that brings you joy.
Toshi enjoys it.
Oh, she likes you. I think
I
we're gonna
like-
be fast friends. But
Thank you.
unfortunately, we're not here to be friends today necessarily. We're here to see if you are ready for active duty again after what I'm reading to be a traumatic mission.
Yes. Yes, it was.
You're very nervous. Your aura is teeming with uncertainty and fear.
Well, there's a lot to be afraid of. I have faith that I can grow, that our team can grow and we can face these threats, but the clashing primals, Giratina, the puppet master behind the Ultra Beasts, Team Satellite, there are so many. Oh, the surface is very big, and we've only really been up there for slightly over 2 months, and I would never have imagined how much I would feel.
The world's a very big place. I don't think anyone down here had any inkling as to just how vast and dangerous it could really be. It's more than understandable that you feel overwhelmed, especially since you're looking at the bigger picture, and even more so in a way that most other people just can't. But that aside, tell me more about what has you so afraid. What inspires these fears?
My friends getting hurt, the people I care about. I make connections with the world on the surface. With the first time we stayed at Totem Leafians in the Pokemon Center here in Vermilion, and I awakened in my power as a channeler and later as a sage to. My power comes from the connections that I make and the will to protect those that I care about. And sometimes I struggle to protect them, and I know not everything is my responsibility, but when I can feel what feels like the world, what like life, and not be moved to do sometimes dramatic things to keep it safe. I'm afraid. I don't know.
You're afraid that you're not going to be enough? That if you fail, the world will fall apart? That if you can't save it, all is lost?
I see the world in a way that I've never. There are few people that can see the world the way that I see the world. And in your file, when it said that you can see the world in Pokemon and spirits in ways that others can't, I just wanted to meet you, to get to know you, to understand how you see the world, and maybe get better context for how I should view things.
She's gonna shake her head. We're not here to talk about me, though. We're here to talk about you. Toshiko, do you believe that the world rests on your shoulders? That you're the only one who can save it? Or you and your team?
Well, some of my goals are lofty, would be underselling. I am seeking to bring balance. Like, I want life and death to be back in balance again, and I want the primals to not be rampaging across the planet anymore, and calming them down will take a lot. And I can connect with Pokemon, and maybe if we can resurrect Rayquaza and figure, a lot of very complicated things out, we might be able to do something. So I don't know if I'm the only person who could, but I don't know who else is trying.
You don't think that the rest of the cloister isn't busy and thinking of ways to try and save the world too?
Oh, no, I don't mean to... That's...
No, I'm sorry. I did not mean to accuse or insinuate. What I meant is merely that you are doing all that you can, as is everyone else. And all these problems you listed are very big and very real problems. But you sound like you want to take on all of them. But
I'm afraid of losing control.
okay. What do you mean by that?
When we were in the team satellite base, one of the members that just used taunt on me, like the Pokemon move taunt.
Yes, I'm familiar with it. Go on.
And I am not very good at hurting people, and it's a good thing because I attacked some of my friends before I regained control.
Were they upset about that?
We haven't specifically talked about that. A lot happened at the team satellite base, and there are a number of boxes to unpack. I mean, turnabout's fair play. Layla feels guilty about when she was possessed and stabbed me. So she's probably wouldn't hold it too much against me because she'd, I don't know. And
No, Toshi, go on.
Robin would barely feel. I go by vibes. I don't know.
You care.
Somebody hand Toshi a shovel so that she can continue to dig her grave.
You care a great deal about your friends and how they view you.
My love for my friends directly and physically keeps them safe. And Toshi will like reach out towards Zagreus, and the sage bubble appears around him.
Do you think that's the only thing that keeps them safe?
No, like that. Life is complicated, and there are many variables, some of which are known and some of which aren't, some of which are within my control and many of which aren't.
I suppose what I was more asking is, do you think your friends are still able to take care of themselves?
Of course. They're beautiful. We've been through a lot in the last 2 months, and we have strengthened the bonds that we share, and
yet, you seem to come off as if you feel yourself as the team's foundation. Am I mistaken? Like they need you, and if anything happens to you, they are helpless.
Toshi.
Again, this isn't meant as an insult or an accusation about you, or the way your team operates.
Toshi's not actively crying, but she is, like, stopping and thinking and feeling and trying to figure out. Sorry, repeat the question. What was the last thing?
Basically, she's asking, like, from what I'm getting, do you feel like you are the foundation of your entire team, and if you are removed or if anything happened to you, your team is helpless?
No, they're not helpless. We all have our own strengths, and when Ace was missing...
Yes. Go on.
Apollo got... He is leading
Apollo,
on
I
my
love
computer.
you.
It's okay. Minna's trying to do the same thing.
Oh my god, yes! And then my
All the
dog
cats
is
are
avoiding me.
No, I didn't mean to disturb you. I'm sorry. No, it's not that they are helpless without me. But different people are good at different things, and my ability to connect with spirits, I mean, it feels really important. I don't know if it would...
Yes.
Like...
She nods.
Don't want to call it hubris and say it's, like, without it, nothing could happen, but, like, I'm very good at what I do, and none of the rest of my team can do it.
People like us, Toshiko, we have a very unique gift. And that gift can help others understand Pokemon in ways that will undoubtedly help everyone, people and Pokemon alike. And those insights are invaluable. I suppose what I'm saying is that it seems to me that you're putting a lot of undue pressure on yourself to perform to a standard that the team doesn't hold you to or expect of you. You are doing your job and you are fulfilling your role from especially from what these reports have indicated, incredibly well, going above and beyond the call of duty. But I worry that instead of taking pride in your work and believing in and being proud of your friends, you just look too far ahead and worry about what will happen if you don't succeed, rather than the successes that you guys gain every day. In other words, you focus on what you don't know you can control, rather than on what you do.
Sometimes. But I also know that I don't always have to carry these. I've been talking with Zinnia about trying to help her set her burdens aside, and I also occasionally carry more burdens than I should.
She tilts her head. Zinnia? Who's Zinnia?
Well, Zinnia's my friend.
Is she human?
She was.
Oh.
She's a ghost.
Can I meet
We
her?
saved her in Lavender Town.
Are you comfortable introducing me to her? Or is she comfortable meeting me?
That's up to her. I don't maintain a connection with her at all times.
I see. Very well. Forgive me, I don't mean to pry. I just find it very interesting.
The long and short of it is this. Our souls are connected. Her goals became my goals, and her well-being is my priority.
Her eyes are going to widen a bit. Interesting. Tell me more about that, please.
Well, before we left the cloister, she reached out to us, to Fireteam Charizard, in a dream, and it was kind of apocalyptic, and Toshi is gonna, like, look through her Poke Gear to, like, the notes that she made on it that she shared with her parents, that she shared with Professor Cypress after she had that dream, and will just, like, forward that to Dr. Ebony as she continues to talk.
She'll sort of like skim it over, and she'll light up with a grin once more.
Remarkable.
And we encountered her again in Vermilion City at the cache that where I've caught Taikoko. Until we got to her in Lavender Town, her colors were inverted. It was like her soul was unstable. Like she'd been under Agatha's power for...
Yes, crossing the shroud can have a destabilizing effect on the souls of the departed. They're not exactly meant to be here.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. Please go on.
No, when we got to Lavender Town and saw her in person, I reached out to her and made a connection and stabilized her. And then she got taken by ghosts, and then we rescued her from ghosts, and then she's been traveling with us. And she's got her own thoughts and things to work through, but we've been spending time together, and she's very important to me.
I see. She sounds lovely and quite fascinating. seems Miss Magius finds Zagreus quite fascinating as well.
He is. We found him in Mount Cerulean, deep in the mountain.
And you'll see the two of them sort of like just kind of dancing together and just sort of like spinning with each other. Mount Cerulean. Oh, I heard that place has quite the eerie history.
Toshi nods. We fought some very powerful ghosts and some very powerful ultra beasts there, and encountered some very powerful Pokemon. It's not a place to take lightly.
It certainly doesn't sound like it. So, unfortunately, it seems we're almost out of time today, but I will say that I am very interested in learning more from you, learning more about you, hearing about your adventures, and if you could, I would be especially appreciative if you could ask Zinnia if she'd be willing to join us next session. If it's okay with you, of course.
I will ask her.
There's no pressure if you're not comfortable with it.
It's whether she's comfortable with it.
Then there's no
I look
pressure on
forward
that
to
end
talking
either.
with you again.
I'm glad to hear that, Toshiko. And I really do think that I can help. It sounds like you have quite a few things on your mind, and I think I'm just the girl to help you process them.
Toshi nods, smiling.
So, we can work out the details a little later. Right now, Miss Magius is getting a bit, well, let's call it hungry.
And Toshi will wave as she and Zagreus leave.
Toodaloo, take care! Oh, and if you need anything, feel free to contact me!
Hell yeah.
And so, there's that scene done. And that will bring us to probably the final scene of the night, as we go to Sam and Janica once more.
Oh? Oh yeah, that makes sense. We're getting food.
So,
Said, oh yeah, that makes sense. We're getting food.
okay, we can do that.
Oh, well, you went to that screen, so that's why I was like, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it works either way, because... Anyway,
This is just a universal cloister screen.
for when I don't
Yeah,
have, like,
sure.
a room for something. But yeah, no, you guys can totally be getting food. That actually works fine. Great, even.
Dinner time.
In that case,
Excellente.
I will find the proper music for this, and...
We're just gonna say that AJ passed Cece on the hallway and they like passed the folder, like some secret note.
Yeah, Cece was probably, like, in the process or even, like, on her way to her own, therapy meets. And so she just, like, dropped off the information, gave him a brief rundown, and, had to run.
Goggles on his face. Okay. Barks everywhere as they're trying to build a drone.
Yep.
Were you paying attention to what she said? Because I wasn't hearing a thing. Something, 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 something.
I think she said that you two need couples counseling or something.
I don't think that's it.
Then why'd she drop off a folder for a psychologist?
Oh, that's what Serge wanted me to do. Yeah, I'll get to that.
Finally, Surge admits that his own son is crazy.
I will burn you with this welding torch, and I will like it.
Don't you dare! I have very sensitive skin!
Dudley's gonna catch some fucking hands, dude.
Oh, yeah, no, he said that, and I'm like, ooh, if Layla was there, she would like legit punch.
But the best part is, even
Jakob
though
was there, Jakob would be like, Dudley, you need to back out of this room right now before something happens to you.
I love the fact that you two jump so quickly for AJ, like he can't fight his own battle with Dudley. All he has to do is slight threats and not lay a finger, and he wins.
Oh,
this
AJ,
wasn't-
AJ
this
can
wasn't
do his own
because-
fight.
Yeah, no,
That's
this
my-
wasn't
that's my
because of
son.
AJ.
Wait, hold on. That's our son.
Awesome, AJ is our son. But
Yes,
no,
this-
like
this is
this
true
was
now.
more. This was more along the lines of like, we're taking therapy too. Shut up, you motherfucker! Like, how dare you?
Maybe you should take some therapy, Jagger.
There's gonna be
Anyway.
one iconic moment where someone threatens AJ, and then both at the same time, Layla and Jakob each pull out a knife, and they're like, "Wait, what?"
More on this
Because I didn't
later.
do the same thing.
So
Yes,
more
I-
on this. So more on this later. But yeah, there's definitely stuff to be discussed there. But in the meantime,
Okay.
it is dinner
and
time in the
Janica.
cloister. As Sam and Janica are making their way to the mess hall. Given the time, others can be there, save for maybe Toshika, who's probably having her session around this time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
They're probably now talking about the things that they wanted to talk about last night before the argument happened.
So first let's get
And
Sam.
then the whole info dump.
Mm-hmm.
So,
So you are just walking away alongside Janica holding freshly prepared trays of delicious dinner.
indeed.
And so yeah, basically after that we left the fairy realm, and all in all it was a very pretty place, if a bit creepy.
Fascinating, really.
Also kind of romantic too. Like that might be a
I
very fun place for a
don't-
date.
Mm,
You know?
what?
No,
Do
you wouldn't
torture
know.
me?
Or wait, maybe you might
I
know
would've-
because you got a Toshiko now.
I have been on a date, thank you very much. And he takes a bite of his dinner.
Oh, you have to tell me everything then. I'll share if you'll share.
I don't want to hear.
Don't you though? Don't you want
After
to hear?
after everything you've told me before you've done with Malcolm, I think I am perfectly fine. I've learned some things and things I don't want to learn. And besides, they wouldn't meet your standards anyway.
Standards.
Oh, that's right. You have none.
I've
He
only
says as he
recently
walks
developed
away.
them. Luckily,
This is a
Malcolm.
more-
Luckily,
if
Malcolm
there-
has
if,
actually
like, the
taught me
team
some
is around-
standards.
if the team is around, they're seeing like a different side of Sam that like they haven't
Mhm.
experienced with them. Jakob's taught you standard.
Malcolm.
Malcolm. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
Although Jakob did definitely plant the seed when I first met him. Like him being
Stop
like,
talking about that after what you told me before.
what? He found me in the break room and didn't attack me on sight. That's a good move. That's a very
And that's
gentleman move.
Wonderful. I would have definitely attacked you on some.
I mean, if you were a
Again.
rebuilder, I wouldn't have blamed you. I mean, I'd been pissed about it because I really wanted to have my lunch and I did not give a fuck.
You're very food motivated,
Yeah, I am.
like a Houndoom.
Yeah, you know all about
I-
that, huh? How is Houndini, by the way? Also, Houndini. Oh my gosh!
He's sitting down and eating his dinner and allowing her to squee.
She takes a bite as soon as she's done squeeing.
I mean, she's alright. She has to be monitored.
I bet she does. She's a freaking Houndoom.
Bass also is a terrible babysitter. I found that one out.
I mean, you'd think that a ninja would be better at keeping track of other Pokemon.
Oh, I didn't say he couldn't keep track of her. I said he's a terrible baby. There's a difference.
What the heck else does he need to do? Spank her?
No, actually make sure she stays put.
I don't know why my mind went there. What the
Because
fuck
you're
kind of baby
dirty.
spitter spanks?
Because you're dirty.
Probably.
So, I'm gonna assume you're gonna stay with Malcolm then?
I mean, I wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon, and Fireteam Blastoise has treated me very well.
I meant the room.
Oh. Maybe. He's been very busy working on this fossil thing, and it's been rather noisy. I might take my own quarters tonight.
Oh, you actually have your own quarters for once.
Yeah, I'm a guest here. There's guest quarters in this place, and they don't suck.
Oh, really? You actually can take your own room. And he's gonna take another bite. Sleep in your own bed?
Oh, like it was my fault that we didn't have separate lodgings at the base.
I was talking about... I don't think I've ever known you to have your own room.
How is that my fault?
You could have slept in your own room from day one here.
I just chose not to because I didn't
And?
have to.
Mm-hmm.
You'll learn what I'm talking about eventually.
No, I know what you're talking about. I'm choosing to ignore it.
And yet you're
What's
still
going-
talking and focusing on it.
No, I'm focusing on the fact of how long you're going to stay in your own room before you knock on my door or Malcolm.
For someone claiming such apathy, you seem to have quite a strong fascination with it. Quite vocal, too, might I add, says someone from the table next door.
Sam's gonna glance over and see her and then whisper
Oop.
to Janica, "You deleted me!"
No, I didn't. I
Whispered
just
it.
put you in the GM layer.
Whisper to Janica that they're out. Fully believing still that their therapy is like satellite therapy.
I'm sorry, who are you? Oh, my apologies. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sierra. Dr. Sierra O'Shaughnessy. A psychologist here at Red Cloister. Psychologist? Yes. I look after people who are suffering from mental issues and help them with their problems and try to help them figure out ways to process them and work around them or work through them. Janica's gonna sort of like look up at Ace, and then she'll be like,
At Sam.
sorry, at Sam, and then she'll be like, I don't know, this lady sounds kind of up your alley.
You're gonna sleep in your own room with one eye open because I'm going to cut you. And then he takes another bite of his dinner.
Mhm. So, like, do you use psychic Pokemon to, like, operate on people's brains or whatever? And
He
she's
will, under the table, elbow Janica really hard.
Ow! What? It's a legitimate question! And she was just gonna look horrified. Goodness, no! What on... What in the name of...
That's what therapy.
Who... Is that how Team Satellite conducts their therapy?
That's classic. And he takes another fucking bite.
Yeah, it is. Good. Arceus, that's... I'm
The
so...
cat and the golden retriever.
I'm so very sorry that that happened to you. If that happened
said
to
it
you. It only happened to me once or twice. And I don't really remember much of it, which I guess is kind of the point. I see. Well, I'm... If either of you need any help, well, you can feel free to come to me if you wish, but I've interrupted your dinner long enough. I'll excuse myself. And then she'll...
I was just gonna watch her like hawk.
And then she'll excuse herself and leave, going to a different table.
Danica,
What?
you ever shut that big mouth of yours?
What? What'd I say?
What did he say?
I don't see what's wrong with what I said.
That's where the problem lies.
Aren't we supposed to be giving them information about Team Satellite so they can, you know, work against them?
Not like... More like tactical.
And how is what I'm giving not tactical?
How can it be used against?
They know how their soldiers operate and how their mentalities are. Every little bit helps. And they know what these people are going through and that they're not these, like, devoted fanatics. They're harmed, controlled people.
Some of them are people.
All of them are people, AJ. I mean, Sam. God bless it.
That debatable. But that's a topic I'm not going to get into.
I mean, I guess the higher-ups are just straight-up monsters.
So what are your plans? Just going straight to your room?
I was gonna do some training, actually. Maybe see about hanging out with Fireteam Blastoise a bit.
I think I'm gonna go for a walk.
Okay.
I've been in noise all day. Maybe I might want to know what my brain is actually telling me.
You do whatever you think feels best.
A walk.
Okay.
I just said this.
And I'm saying that I support you doing what you think feels best. God, everything is so confrontational with you.
I'm not what? No, what?
Oh, it's
4 out
all...
of 4, Sam not found.
Oh, what? It's always like, just like, oh, well, I'm doing that, but I'm doing this. It's always so matter-of-fact and serious. Like I'm challenging you. I'm just making conversation. Then again, don't know why I'm acting surprised.
You've known me the longest. I don't know why you're surprised either. You shouldn't be shocked by half the stuff that comes out of my mouth now.
You really haven't changed, Sam. But I guess that's partly what worries me.
What do you mean?
Do you still think I'm the same after leaving Team Satellite?
No.
And I like to think I've changed for the better. And I can see some differences in you, Sam, but I also see a lot of the same... the same guard up, the same paranoia, and the same seriousness that, while useful for surviving back then, it worries me now.
Maybe the reason why you see it is because you haven't seen me very much. Take that into consideration.
Well, then maybe we need to
Enjoy
hang
your
out more.
training session.
Sam,
He's gonna start walking off.
Sam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean... Oh.
And he's honestly gonna go for a walk, like around the
Yep.
cloister or whatever. So if he runs into Sierra again, he runs into her. But he actually does generally. That's his version of meditating, is
Mm-hmm.
taking in the sights, memorizing a new layout.
Does he go for a walk on the surface at all?
He could. It could be in the cloister or on the surface. It's wherever his legs lead him.
Your legs will eventually lead you to the communal gardens.
I know where.
And I know where that is. I just need to not be an idiot.
Me. So cluttered. Hello?
As you stroll through the gardens, admiring all the plants and vegetation and the beauty they offer, glistening in the starry, moonlit night. You will also come across another figure. Roll me perception.
Okay. Not my worst, but it's not great.
Let's see. Okay. Now let's see if I did this right. So, you look over, sensing something in the nearby brush, but see just leaves blowing in the wind. But then, the moment you look back, you will see the large and unsettling face of a Shiftry staring you down.
Dark ball.
Sam, originally thinking it was a person, he had his hand on the sheath of his knife, but then seeing that it's a Pokemon, moves it slightly to where it hovers over like a Pokeball. But seeing as he's not actually looking, he doesn't know which Pokeball.
So the moment you
He's
start
having a stare down.
So the moment you start to move, I want you to make me an athletics or acrobatics roll.
Both of them. That's cheating. Why couldn't I roll combat, which would have been the same damn thing as athletics?
So you go and reach for a Pokeball when suddenly you feel a gust of wind lift you off the ground, followed by Tori! Blowing you back off your feet and sending you tumbling across the garden through the mud.
And anger now.
Mm-hmm. So this is a former agent of the notorious Team Satellite. I must say, it's a poor first impression. Says a figure stepping out from the shadows behind Shiftry.
About what time is it? Where's Toshi?
I'd say Toshi's just getting out of therapy.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting dirty tricks coming from the cloister.
And that is your second mistake, my friend. In Vermilion City, where the Shiftry tribe reign, dirty tricks are but the basic tools of our trade.
Due to the group I'm running with, I'm not allowed to use them, so consider yourself warned. This is the only time I won't be attacking. Come any closer, and I will.
Bold words. Roll me Intimidate.
Absolutely!
That's the one you want.
Great. But at least
Decent
it's
roll.
better.
Whilst I have little reason to believe your threat is serious, I shall not poke the Ursaring, such as it were, and risk agitation between our peoples in this time of truce. Instead, I shall introduce myself. My name is Shiro, an ambassador of the Shiftry tribe. He says, giving you an honorable bow of greeting. And this is my dear friend and partner, Totem Shiftry.
Sam will bow in greeting respectfully back, but his eyes are locked on the two. Like any sudden movements, it's going down. But he doesn't say his name. He just bows in respectful greeting.
And I hear tell through the Greppa berry vines that you are a dark type specialist.
And if I am,
Then perhaps we may have more in common than you realize. Yet, I sense your focus is clouded, your wits dulled by the stones of uncertainty.
ooh, can I make a stealth roll to like summon Bass behind them?
Go for it.
Excellent. Sammy, don't let me down. That's a shitty stealth roll.
It's not terrible.
That's a
For
relative.
Sam, it is.
That's a relatively shitty stealth roll. But... just a second.
Please let your focus shit. Please let your focus shit.
Actually, it's perception in this instance.
Perception.
Luckily for Sam, Shiftry's perception ain't great.
Woo! Wait, hold on. I have to think.
Yep.
If it's Bass or if it's somebody else, because grass is not weak against water.
No, it is not. In fact, it is resistant to water.
Yeah, I'm thinking he would have sent Houdini.
Oh god, you're sending the spaz out?
Houdini can be pretty fucking good.
I hope so. This is the time for Houdini to show how much of a hunter she can be.
Please, BB.
All right, go for it.
All right. Hold on, let me bring him. There you go, B. Because she can assess situations, and if Sam is being serious and quiet, you need to be serious and quiet.
Mm-hmm.
She's been trained. Okay. The baby's out.
Yep. I must say, dear Sam, I am curious what draws a renegade satellite agent over to an agency such as the Rebuilders.
Who says I'm part of them?
I never did. But you associate with them.
As do you.
No.
It's only practical.
They associate with us because they live in our domain, because we permit it. There was a time when we were enemies, but now we see that need not be the case. It does not make us allies, mind you. Our loyalty is strictly to the forest. And so long as the Rebuilders prove beneficial, then we shall not interfere. But what brings you to their side?
What is your interest in knowing? What can you gain?
Information.
Which will benefit?
Say what?
Said which will benefit how? Knowing what they have in their pocket? Or knowing who you're up against? If that can be bribed? And he'll tilt his head
Yep.
at the last part of that question.
He's just going to smile and chuckle. Your questions alone give out plenty of information. Do you know what projection is, dear boy?
I do.
Then I will simply say What you ask and what you assume I wish to know already tells me a lot about what I could ask about you.
That I'm paranoid? That's common knowledge.
Of course. In any case, I can see that I'm imposing. I think
I have
I've
some
learned.
questions.
Oh, do you?
Why are you here? What do you want?
This is a communal garden. I am allowed to go here as I please.
Yeah, but in a communal garden, people are normally there. They don't sneak up on others. After all, I wasn't being stealthy in the slightest. People who are stealthy don't want to be seen, or they have ill intent. If you didn't want to be seen, why did you attack?
My boy, if our intent was to attack, you would not be standing and talking at this moment.
Then
He's-
how else did you want my attention? You could have just talked.
Ours was a test of your wits, your senses, your capabilities.
If that's the case. Houdini, stand down.
And at that, he's going to sort of like whirl around and see Houdini standing there.
I wouldn't run. We're both very skilled hunters. But you are allowed to leave. After all, I've learned some things about you as well.
Allowed to leave. You speak so importantly.
No. If I didn't want you to leave, I'd make sure you'd stay. It's not about importance. I have my ways, and I don't need my Pokemon to make somebody sit.
He's just gonna grin at that and he'll say, "It was an enlightening experience meeting you, Sam. But a word of advice for the future. If you truly intended to attack us, perhaps next time, use a Pokemon who's not as embittered by the rain." And then, in a gust of wind and leaves circling around them, they will vanish.
Sam will whistle for Houdini to come over. You did so good. So good.
Oops. And then Houdini will sort of like jump up and start like kissing you.
Nope. And he pushes her down. You are a hardened king. The goal was to intimidate, and you got the surprise on him. Because you were quiet. Good girl. And then he recalls her.
All right.
I'm gonna throw hands with that Shiftry tribe one day. It's gonna happen.
That's cool. And so, I am actually going to say that we will end tonight with everyone getting together for dinner.
Sounds cool.
I'll actually have AJ join for dinner this time, or at least
That's fine.
be there. And if somebody stops him, to have him join.
Mm-hmm.
That is an interesting coincidence because I had Jakob intentionally looking to schedule his therapy session during dinner time so that he would not be responsible for any of the cooking for that period. So that's actually very poignant. I like that.
All right. So Jakob,
That means we may, if you want to do this part here, that means we may be able to start next session with Jakob's therapy dealy.
Sure.
That
So-
could work. Yeah, I'm good with that.
All right. So then Jakob
I
will
like
not.
it.
So then Jakob will not be here for this portion of the scene.
Yes, I had actually had that in mind specifically. So when you said that, I was like, all right, cool.
All right, cool. Then we'll go a little bit longer because I know how I want to end this now. But in the meantime, we'll go with
Totally
this
go
scene.
for it. Do it.
I'm fine with going
Yep.
longer.
Hell yeah.
So,
Especially since I missed like half a fucking hour.
so we will start with Layla and Toshiko, either by chance or by plan, meeting up in the mess hall at dinner slightly after Toshiko's session.
Actually, that's kind of beneficial because there was something that in that therapy session that Layla kind of wanted to talk to Toshi about.
All right. So the two of you will grab your food and sit down together at a table. And Ace, you will happen to see them go by as you enter the cafeteria, making your way to the food court.
He's gonna look at them, but if he gets eye contact, he's gonna quickly look at the ground.
Toshi waves.
Ground.
Ground!
You say Toshi what?
Size.
Size.
Oh. Sorry, love.
Cece will come in shortly after behind AJ. But in the meantime, it's you and Toshi, Layla.
Layla will come up by, kind of like by Toshi and like just kind of awkwardly, but also Layla just looks kind of tired a little bit.
All right.
All the cocaine.
God, I wish. Hey, Toshi.
Hey, Layla.
Did you have a session yet?
Toshi nods.
We're a good t-shirt that says Toshi nods.
Yeah, right. Am I allowed to ask, like, how'd it go?
Yes. Well, I felt a lot of feelings, but that's what processing emotions is, right? You try and just feel your feelings until you're done feeling them, and then you can feel something else. And yeah, there are some, like, I might prefer not to have that conversation out in the cafeteria necessarily.
Yeah, sure. That's
But yes, I enjoyed speaking with her, and am looking forward to speaking with her again.
Sounds like you got a good one.
Toshi nods.
Listen, first of all, I want to apologize for everything that happened earlier. I didn't want it to seem like I was trying to attack you or anything. It just...
Yeah. We've been through a lot together. And I am excited to experiencing more with you. You are really helpful out there in the field, and I would not be here without you.
I mean... Yeah, listen, can I ask you to do something real quick?
Yes.
And Layla is actually gonna take out her Noibat.
Hey there.
It chirps and booms from its ears as it like lets out little back clicks that are amplified by its subwoofer ears.
I kind of took her into therapy, and I don't know why. And I mentioned that it just kind of started following me. My therapist mentioned something about, the hearts and everything, so I was wondering if you could do your thing, because I'm not sure why it followed me.
Well, Layla, do you want me to do the thing, or do you want to connect to Morpheus and feel Noibat for yourself?
At this stage, Toshi, given everything that we went through today, I don't know if I'm ready for the big guns just yet.
Fair.
I think
Fair.
we'll just...
And Toshi will reach out as she gives Noibat scritches to try and connect.
Noibat lets you. And it indulges in the scritches.
You deserve them. Scritchy, 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 scritchy.
You feel your hand vibrate, and you can feel the vibrations traveling all the way up your arm.
That's fun.
It's sort of like getting a massage from the inside. It's weird, but it feels good.
That's fun. I like that.
Wonderful. Moving on before we look too deep into that. Anyway, so
Lol.
you will feel Noibat's emotions, and it sees strength in Layla, and it admires that a lot. But it also sees pain in Layla and wants to help her through it. And it believes that they can both make each other stronger.
Beautiful. I pass that along.
I'm not sure what it saw me being strong. I was kind of moping on the beach.
It's then just gonna go up and, like, clench itself on your massive friggin' biceps.
Jeez.
There are levels of strength and applications of strength in various...
And it is at this point that Cece will drag Ace down to the table. We're going to join them, and that's final.
I have work.
You can work after you're done eating.
As soon as he gets to the table, he is dead silent, not looking at the other two, playing with his food.
Hey, Ace.
Hey, Toasty.
Layla doesn't really talk to AJ at the moment.
Oh, that's fine. He doesn't even look at you.
Hey, Layla. Hey, Toshiko. How was therapy? You guys, do you think your guy feels right for you, or are you having some second thoughts?
I'd like to talk to her again. Yes.
I think mine's okay.
Just okay?
I don't know. I'm still getting used to him, but I mean, I think it's working so far.
Honestly, I'm getting kind of a similar vibe from mine. We're still kind of feeling each other out, but I'm ultimately leaning more positive, but I don't know, there's a lot, and there's only so much time.
Yeah, they are kind of short. But I mean,
Point of order,
we do
though.
have stuff that we do.
Sorry. I was just gonna say.
No. I get that. I get that it's the GM's way of streamlining everything, but yeah.
Yeah, I know. Anyway. But yeah, it's a lot. But I'm honestly glad we're doing this, or at the very least trying.
Yeah, I think that's right now the word for it.
And Cece is going to put a hand on Layla's shoulder, and she'll look at her and say, "We're gonna get through this, and we're gonna come back stronger than ever."
Yeah, I know. Just the getting there part. That's. Yeah.
The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And thankfully, we don't have to take that journey alone, she says, looking across the table, smiling.
We can do it together.
Although that begs the question, where's Jakob? And with that, we jump over to the office, where Jakob is just passing through the door, where he sees Dr. Chestnut waiting for him. Alongside...
Is it still choppy, or can you hear us, Jakob?
Uh-oh.
I hear you. It's okay.
Wonderful.
Okay.
And she is standing alongside her partner, Audino.
Wow! Okay, never mind.
Gigantamax ought to know. Surprise! They did say the office could accommodate for all sizes.
Come on in, she says very calmly and professionally. She'll look up and then she'll see you enter. Ah, you must be Jakob.
Jakob will nod with a slight smile and look to the door behind him to make sure it's closed or if it's still open. If he needs to close it, he's not sure.
Does Jakob have a Pokemon partner at his side, or is he just going in himself?
I do indeed. This is my emotional support, Blissey.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Ah, so this must be the famous Leah.
The one and the only.
Excellent. I will be honest, Jakob, I'm looking forward to this. I'm very eager to learn about you. Follow me and let's begin.
I'm not as eager, but I am willing to try new things to see what we can do.
That's all I can ask of you, Jakob. And so, as one day ends for the rest of our heroes, Jakob himself takes his own first step on an epic journey as the journey continues.
Happy 100th episode.
I
Hot
love
damn.
how everybody's taking therapy and Sam is avoiding it like it's some type of disease.
Well, that's part of his arc in this arc.
Yeah.
There we go.
Also, what did we think of our 100th session?
I feel so
That
bad
was
that I
pretty
had to do
intense.
this for so long.
It was pretty intense for a 100th session. There was no party, there was just emotions.
I mean, not every Centennial is a big giant bash. Some Centennials are like big epic things, and this time it was friggin' therapy and emotions.
And I think our party needed it. I think Toshi benefited from conversation.
Good.
Also, how did I do
Yeah,
with my makeshift therapy thrown together?
I thought it was pretty good. Blitzy is also saying that they loved physical healing Pokemon meeting emotional healing Pokemon.
Yes.
All the Blorbos have trauma.
I don't know yet, it hasn't happened, but I'm excited because Audino is adorable.
Yep. I figured you might appreciate that. And Audino is in fact adorable. I love how it's like this little fairy bunny thing.
I loved it. I had a great time, but it is starting to get late, and I do need to start heading out. But thank you so much. This was awesome.
No problem. And indeed, thank you all so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, follow me for more streams in the future. And if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe. And also, be sure to leave a comment to let your voice be heard and get us out there. And until next week, good night, everybody, and happy therapy.
Mwah, good night, everybody.
Good night.
I blame it on my mom!
Nix. Nix.